Welcome to the sixth hearing of the Public Accountability Committee's inquiry into the appointment of Mr John Barilaro as Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner to the Americas. The inquiry is examining the circumstances leading up to the appointment, including the processes and probity and integrity measures that were undertaken. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands of which we are meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. Today we'll be hearing from two witnesses. Mr John Barilaro, former Deputy Premier of New South Wales, Ms Amy Brown, Secretary, Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade and the CEO of Investment New South Wales. I thank everyone for making the time to give evidence to this important inquiry. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it's important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. As we have a number of witnesses in person and via video conference, I don't think we have that today. For those with hearing difficulties who are present in the room today, please note that the room is fitted with induction loops compatible with hearing aid systems that have telecoil receivers. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. I now welcome our first witness, Mr Barilaro. Could you please state your name, the capacity in which you are appearing today, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
John Barilaro, former Deputy Premier of New South Wales, recently appointed as the Trade Commissioner, and part why I'm here at this inquiry. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr Barilaro. Would you like to begin by making a short opening statement? Yes,
I would. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to attend today's inquiry to give evidence in what has shaped out to be an inquiry to clear my name. In a society where the presumption of innocence until proven otherwise, and beyond any reasonable doubt is still sacrament, being a politician or former politician does not revoke that fundamental right. From the outset, I refute any suggestion of wrongdoing. I refute the suggestion that I created the Stick America role for myself through a cabinet submission to make these appointments statutory appointments, including the unsworn statement by my former Chief of Staff that I would create a role in New York. And I refute any suggestion that I sought out any special treatment during the public service job process where an independent panel on merit put me forward as the preferred candidate. When I look back at my 10+ years of parliamentary service, I'm proud of what I achieved as a local member, a minister, and as the Deputy Premier. In the role of Deputy Premier and several ministerial responsibilities, I oversaw some of the toughest times for our state, predominantly in regional New South Wales. I sat in kitchens with farmers and regional families as they endured the heartbreaking worst drought in recorded history. I carried the despair and trauma from the most horrific bushfire event in our state's history, overseeing the largest logistical recovery program to assist those broken communities. The same again during floods, and then as a member of the COVID Crisis Committee, especially the responsibility to lead the reopening roadmap, engaging with community, industry and businesses, I was giving hope where there was no hope, and was giving light at the end of what was called the COVID lockdown tunnel. I took these responsibilities seriously, and at times at the expense of my own personal well-being, carrying such burdens. I've never shied away from saying what had to be said, fought the fights that had to be fought, and taking every part of my job seriously. In doing this, I may not have been everyone's cup of tea, but my only focus were results, and I'm proud of those results. Since my announcement as the Trade Commissioner to the Americas, and the unbearable past 6 to 7 weeks, weeks, what I've come to learn is that my decade of fighting for others did resonate with many. I want to thank the many people that have reached out and supported me over these weeks. They were strangers, family, friends, colleagues from all sides of politics, and many business leaders. Throughout the hearings, we've heard from apolitical, long-term, professional senior public servants that I was a credible and capable candidate that brought many attributes to fill this important role for the people of our great state. For that, I had my credentials and application publicly derided in what is nothing less than an abuse of my privacy. Let me make this clear. I applied for a public service job as a private citizen. Nothing excluded me in doing so. I followed the exact same process that was afforded to others. I went through several interviews, psychometric testing, and a police check. I was offered a job. I accepted the job. I then withdrew from this job. From that moment, I've endured what can only be described as a personal hell, unfair and unjust. I look forward today to state my case to this committee, and again, thank you for affording me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr Barilaro. We'll go straight to questions from the opposition, starting with Mr Mookie.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr Barilaro, for making yourself available to us today. I do appreciate it. Mr Barilaro, when did you first develop an interest in becoming the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner in the Americas?
Well, late last year, after I resigned and left as Deputy Premier and Trade Minister, I was thinking about my future, and one of those options was, and an idea was, would I be interested in something like a trade role overseas, especially it was a portfolio that I had actually been part of and something that I believe was beneficial to the state. So late last year, I probably would have had my first inkling that this is something I'd like and would be interested in.
When you say late last year, after your resignation, you're referring to your resignation as Deputy Premier and as the Minister for Trade, correct?
That is correct.
But prior to your resignation as a member for Ministerial, is that correct? Absolutely.
I was still an MP of the Parliament, yep.
So, Mr Barilaro, are you able to provide us with a bit more concrete time frame as to when you say late last year, are we talking November? Are we talking, you resigned in October, Are we talking October, November, December?
I would say November, somewhere in November.
And you formed that idea yourself, or you were encouraged?
No, I formed that idea myself. I mean, there's been lots of speculation that I was offered an opportunity outside if I was to leave, but that's not correct. I was looking at options, and you know that I resigned quite suddenly because of the opportunity arose when the Premier resigned. And when you don't get, your feet don't hit the ground, you sort of get swept up in that whirlwind. And I came to an idea that that was an option that I would pursue.
In about November?
Yeah, I'd say November.
Okay. And when you formed this idea, did you speak about it with anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you speak about it with?
Well, it's been already publicly noted that I reached out to Minister Ayres in early December in relation to what the process would be, and he sent me a copy of the Stick Americas advertisement on the 17th of December, on the very same day that it was advertised in the AFR, which I saw it in the AFR, but he sent me that on that day. And I had a conversation previously in late November when I thought about this role, in a passing comment with the Premier of New South Wales.
So in late November, you had a passing comment with the Premier of New South Wales. Who was at that time?
Sorry?
Who was at that time?
It was Premier Perrottet.
And where did this conversation take place?
Look, I just can't recall, but it might have been a phone call, just a phone call. There was many phone calls after I left with Mr Perrottet. He was always checking in on me. He was checking in on me, and on one of those occasions I flagged, as I said, that I'd be interested. He had nothing more to say than go for it.
So just let's go step by step, if you don't mind, Mr Barilaro. When you say that, firstly, you were having many conversations with the Premier, presumably that's, I imagine, part of the reason why is because you were the former Deputy Premier, correct?
Correct.
And this was taking place while you were the member of Ministerial?
Yep, absolutely.
And would you initiate these conversations? Would he initiate the conversations?
No, I probably initiated all of them.
How many of them were there?
Look, I couldn't tell you, but 3 or 4, maybe 5.
Over what period of time?
A couple of months.
So from November through to when?
No, from when I left in October.
Okay, from the ministry, yep.
From the ministry, and right through to November, December, I would have spoken to Mr. Perrotto on 4, 5, 6 occasions. I can't say it's more than that, and that's just a guess. But all things, questions around the roadmap that I had prepared for the state, by-elections for the seat of Monero, by-elections in general, and just general catch-up well-being. I asked about him, how he was going and how I was going. I mean, there's no surprise here that I did create a friendship with the former Treasurer. I was the Deputy Premier for 5 years while he was Treasurer, or close to 5 years. And
so these were conversations effectively on the lines of a respected colleague and a friend?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fair enough.
Absolutely.
Mr. Barilaro, in one of those conversations you said you raised an interest?
Yeah, I just mentioned that, I was thinking about the trade roll to the Americas.
Do you recall precisely what you said, or is that the best recollection?
I think that would be the closest I could recall.
And what did he say?
All I remember was like, great, or, what, I think it was just like, great, and that was it. That was it.
Can I just ask you a question at this point in time? This took place prior to your conversations with Ministerial, correct?
Yes.
So, and at this point in November, you've expressed an interest in the Americas position, correct?
Yep.
Can I ask you, Mr. Barilaro, how did you know in November the position was vacant?
I didn't. That's the whole point. I didn't know it was vacant. I was asking, and when I asked Minister Ayres, it was more in what's happening with the role, what is actually happening with the role, and that's why he sent me the ad. That's all it was. And I didn't know what the process was until, again, I received the ad.
We just do need to get the timescale correct here, Mr. Barilaro.
Yep.
Just in respect, though, to the conversation you had with the Premier in which you raised this as an idea, at that point in time, the evidence in front of us suggests the government itself hadn't decided what was going on with the role.
Yeah.
And so when you're having a conversation with the Premier in November in which you're asking him or you're flagging with him a potential interest, is that fair?
Yep, that's right.
How is it that you would know, and how would he know that the role would be open?
No one knew. No one knew that it was open. It doesn't mean that you don't flag it. That role could have opened in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 2 years. No one knew. I just flagged the option and the idea of a trade role.
But do you not see that perhaps if you had flagged it with the Premier and the Minister, and we'll go through them in sequence in time, but just in this little interlude, if you had flagged it with them then, do you see that perhaps their subsequent decision-making could have been affected by your potential interest?
Not at all. No, I don't. I don't agree with that statement. I also was looking at other options outside of politics at the time. I was looking at other options for employment. So, no, it was a query in relation to that role and left it at that. It was that simple.
I might at this point just ask that we provide the witness with tender bundle 01. Okay, let's just turn now. Is that the only conversation you had with the Premier in November?
That's what I recall, yeah.
Okay. Just going forward, did he at any point suggest to you at that time that other than... I heard you correctly when he said words to the effect of great, good luck. Is that basically...
I think just great. I think it was great.
So he didn't suggest to you that perhaps that could create some controversy for you or the government?
At no point did anyone say it would create controversy. I think if someone had flagged that early on, and maybe I should have used my own political nous and my own gut feel, and even when accepting the job, I even had hesitation. It took me a little while to make that decision. But at no point did anyone say that this could have been a problem.
I think what I should ask you is, in December, did you have one conversation, two conversations? So how many conversations did you have with Minister Ayres?
One.
Are you sure?
I'm confident it was... as I recall, I sought out what the process would be in relation to the stick roll.
And how did you do that?
It'd either be by phone call or by text.
Do you recall when you did that?
Early December.
Okay, so early December, there's a conversation or a text message with Minister Ayres.
Minister Ayres.
In which you made inquiries about the process.
Correct.
What did you ask?
What the process would be.
And what did the minister say?
Nothing. And then I think a week or 2 weeks later, he sent me the ad.
Okay, so there's two contacts in December. There's a time where you raise an inquiry.
Okay, yeah.
And then there's a time he sends you a text message thereafter. And incidentally, if it was do you have the text message exchanges with you?
No, I don't, because I've got a different phone today than what I've had then.
Okay, and at that point, he didn't raise any concerns with you?
No, at no point did anyone ever raise a concern about me applying for this role.
And the reason why you called Minister Ayres, why was the reason you called him?
Well, he was the Minister for Trade and a former colleague, and I reached out to see, as a Member of Parliament, I was an MP, I just reached out to see what the process would be.
And at this point, you're still not aware of whether or not there actually is a vacancy, is that correct?
Yeah, actually not aware.
So, Mr. Barilaro, do you see that perhaps it would be impossible for a general member of the public to call up the Minister for Trade and ask for a preview about an application process for a job that may or may not be vacant?
Well, I don't think it was a preview.
Well, but do you understand that, for example, any other person who may be interested in filling this role might not have had the opportunity to pick up the phone to the Minister for Trade and say, hey, can you give me an update as to what's going on with this job?
Oh, look, that's a fair statement.
And do you think that perhaps Minister Ayres should have declined to provide that information to you?
Well, he could have, and that's a question for Minister Ayres.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with anyone else in the government around this time?
I flagged it also to Treasurer Keane, or Minister Keane at the time.
Okay, take us through that.
I just flagged with him that I was considering having a look at this role, but that would have been after the ad with Minister Keane, as I recall. Again, just touching with colleagues, and to the point that you made earlier, just to see any feedback of political sensitivity. Remembering, I was a member of the National Party, not the Liberal Party.
Well, not at this point in time. You weren't a member of the Liberal Party.
Sorry?
You weren't a member of the Liberal Party at this point in time.
Goodness gracious, I hadn't been a member of the Liberal Party since I was 17.
Yeah. Well, we all eventually received
9
the
months.
right.
Maybe I should have joined you guys.
Well, if you need a union, let us know.
No. So I mentioned with Minister Keane that I was considering it, applying for the role.
When did you do that?
Again, it would have been somewhere in December.
And how did you do that?
That was a text as well.
So you texted Minister Keane.
Yep.
And do you recall, just to be clear here, what did you say?
That I'm considering applying for the trade role.
And what did he say back?
I think he just said he was supportive. I actually don't know. I can't recall the exact word. He was supportive.
And your predominant...
no feedback in relation to political sensitivities.
Right, and your predominant purpose in testing the proposition with Minister Keane was in order to identify whether or not the government would fear a political controversy? Not
necessarily. Look, there's no question that, I over the years have forged friendships with former colleagues, and like most people would do, they would reach out to some of those colleagues and to get some level of counsel, but...
testing whether Mr Keane would push back on your appointment?
Not necessarily. I know people think that Minister Keane and I might have been, foes, not friends, but if you go back to my final speech, I did actually talk about our friendship, and it's because of, the old line that iron sharpens iron. We might have been competitive, but respected Minister Keane and respected his counsel. I mean, again, people would be surprised that when I made a decision to retire, on the Saturday, I actually spoke with Minister Stokes, and people in this room will probably not understand that, because again, I built friendships and trust with people in this government that I relied on for counsel.
And so you turned to Minister Keane, I guess, as a respected colleague and a friend?
Yep, and he would have told me bluntly if he thought it was going to be an issue, for sure.
And he never did?
No one ever raised with me anything that this would be politically sensitive.
And at this point in the conversation with Minister Keane, I'm sorry to press you on this, Mr Barilaro, but a bit does turn on it. But do you recall when this happened in December?
It would have been just before Christmas, I sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is sort of in that interregnum period between the job being publicly advertised and you deciding whether or not you wish to apply.
Correct.
Okay. So we've established that you were having conversations with Minister Perrottet throughout from November. Sorry, Premier Perrottet throughout from November. We've established 2 conversations with Minister Ayres in December and a text message exchange with Treasurer Keane. Did you raise it with anyone else in the government?
Not that I recall. Not pre my application.
What about your National Party colleagues?
No, not pre my application. I did speak to a couple of my colleagues post applying.
Do you ever raise with your National Party colleagues prior just an interest in the role more generally?
No, not at all.
Okay. In respect to the period leading up to your application, so let's talk about the events of January. Did you have any contact with people between you resigned, sorry, to put this into proper context for people who are following along at home, you resigned on 31 December, do you not?
Yep, along with a few others.
When you resigned, were you at that point mindful of making an application?
No, I didn't actually contact the recruitment agency or the NGS Global until the 14th of January, seeking a candidate pack at that point.
Okay, so that's a good point, Mr. Barilaro. There comes a point where you switch from being interested to forming an intent. When did that take place?
14th of January is when I emailed NGS Global in relation to a candidate's pack.
And you got that pack?
Yep, I think a couple of days later.
And you decided to make an application?
Yep, I lodged an application.
On the 19th of January, correct?
Correct.
So let's go from the 14th of January onwards. From the 14th of January to, let's say, the end of January, did you have conversations with members of the government in that period of time?
My recollection, no.
Did you recall attending any form of a social function with the Premier at that period of time or thereafter?
I can't recall.
Do you recall attending any social function at any point in time with the Premier in which you discussed this?
So you're going to the point about when I notified the Premier in relation that I had applied?
No, I'm just asking you, Mr. Barilaro, whether you have any recollection of having any conversation with the Premier at a social function in which you discussed the America's position.
I ran into Premier Perrottet in Martin Place late January, early February.
Okay, and what happened then?
And that's when I told him I applied.
Okay. Do you mind, have we provided the witness with tender bundle 1? I think we have.
Yep.
If you don't mind just going to page 2 of that. You can see that this is an article from the ABC by state political poorer Ashley Raper and Kathleen Calderwood.
Yep.
And the lead sentence is, New South Wales Premier Dominic Perrottet has revealed he knew that John Barilaro wanted the plum role as the state's trade commissioner to the US as the pair had discussed it at a social function. Yep. Do you know what the Premier is referring to when he said that
I think he
at a press conference?
He must be referring to our encounter in Martin Place.
Okay. And so...
Word social function isn't the right...
Well, to be fair, it's the Premier's words.
Yeah, but it may not be the correct one, but it was in Martin Place.
Were you coming or going from a social function?
No, I was at that time meeting many recruiters in the city, and I ran into Dom in Martin Place, not at his office, here in Martin Place, literally out in the open.
Okay.
What time of day was it?
Oh, look, it would have been afternoon or something like that.
So just to be clear, you come directly from an interview with the recruitment agency?
No, I'm saying I was always often in the CBD in January and February, as I was at that stage starting that whole job application process.
Sorry, Mr. Barilaro, I just heard you say that you were coming from a recruitment...
No, you said, what was I doing?
I asked you whether you were coming from a social...
Not on this particular event. I don't know what I was doing on that particular day. I ran into Dom Perrottet in Martin Place.
Okay. So... And then what, you had just stopped on Martin Place?
Chatted about my wellbeing, his wellbeing, everything else, how it was all going. Hadn't really spoken to him since the reshuffle, I don't believe. And then I had mentioned to him that I had applied. So it must have been post the application. So it would have been like end of January, early Feb.
Okay. And I can only presume it was a short conversation?
Very short.
And you said to him that you had applied? Or words to that effect?
Yep, correct.
And your recollection is that he gave words that expressed feelings of goodwill and...
Something like that. That's it. That's the end of it.
Okay. And was that the last contact you had with the Premier about the application?
As I recall, yes.
And so from January onwards to date, have you had any conversations with the Premier?
No.
And have you had any conversations with the Minister for Trade?
The Minister for Trade contacted me last week after he resigned.
Okay, what did he say?
Just wished me all the best, you know,
Okay.
and indicated how he can't believe what has occurred. He seems hurt. He resigned, of course, he's supposed. That's all it was.
Okay, and that was last week?
Yeah.
Must
Thursday
have
or
been after
Friday.
Wednesday or... Yes.
Thursday or Friday.
Okay. And then, so from the application period of time, 19 January, you lodged your application on 19 January, correct?
Correct.
And you were announced as a candidate or as the commissioner on circa the 17th of June, were you not?
That's correct.
And let's go from within that period. Did you have any discussions with members of the government about your future role at any point in time?
Not that I can recall, but on the 17th, now I've got to get this right, it was a Friday, I was at the Port Macquarie National Party Conference,
Yeah.
and it was already, I think, murmured that I was going to be announced. I think there was something in the media that morning, and a couple of my colleagues had indicated that they were supportive, but that was on the day of my announcement.
Before I pass to the chair, just if you don't mind clarifying, which of your colleagues said to you at that point that they were supportive?
Minister Mitchell, Minister Toole, or Deputy Premier Toole, I should say, I apologise, and Minister Taylor on the Friday at conference were congratulating me on what was about to be appointed, that I was about to be appointed.
Okay. Mr. Barilaro, when did you decide that you wanted to leave politics?
Yeah, this is a really, really good question, and there's been plenty of speculation around that. You know, there is no surprise that in 2020 I took a month off of mental health leave, and when I returned from that point, life was never the same, and but I didn't want to leave off the back of what was a breakdown, and so I chose not to do it then, and I worked hard. And of course, we had the COVID lockdown situation, so it was head down, bum up. The first time that I was considering leaving politics was budget week of 2021. I spoke to a couple of friends, colleagues, that I had enough. I had had enough. We had reopened. Tuesday was budget day, and I was considering at that time, talking to a couple of friends, that I would announce on the Thursday morning and call for a party room meeting so that I would leave in June. That was my plan. That's what I had in my head to do. And what stopped that was on Tuesday night was a budget dinner. Adam Marshall went down with Delta. We went into lockdown. We were put into isolation, and as some of my confidants were telling me this is not the right time to now leave, so I chose not to leave. And then that was the correct decision because Delta hit, and I played an important role in the crisis committee and the roadmap. The decision to leave on the 4th of October was a decision that I made only spontaneously after the Premier Barilaro resigned on the Friday. In my mind, I thought this is an opportunity for me to leave. When is it the right time? And many in this room would understand, when is it the right time to leave? There would be just another crisis or another wave. And I thought it was time for a refreshed leadership. And speaking to friends and family, and I indicated earlier, it was actually by coincidence that Minister Stokes rang me. At that time, I think he was nominating to be the leader of the Liberal Party. I assume he was ringing me to check in to see if I would have any objection to that, but the conversation turned to where I actually indicated to him that I'm not sure that I'd be hanging around. And that after that conversation, I pretty much made up my mind that I think I am going to leave, and on the Monday I made the announcement.
Okay, thank you. So when did you decide that in all of that time, it's sometime between, it sounds like it, between the budget day decision or just after budget day, and then when you left your role, when did you decide to make the stick positions ministerial appointments?
Yeah, well, again, I want to clarify this part. When Global New South Wales was handed down, and that was when as the portfolio minister, I sat within the cluster and the Treasury cluster that had responsibility for trade. Global New South Wales, the document itself, if you look at it, is very similar to Global Victoria. Was a document created by Treasury and announced by the Premier, myself, and the Treasurer. For months on end, we've been talking about that these positions of sticks should be elevated to ambassadorial positions. We wanted to attract a higher calibre of individual for these roles: commercial, business people, former diplomats, or even former politicians. This had been probably a narrative for a number of months, well back into June, maybe even earlier. I had ministers and members of parliament that were indicating that we should elevate these roles. But you know what? I was focused on COVID and never really got around to doing anything in that space. When I made it was after that we were getting close to the announcement, I understand, of the Stick Americas. I remember understanding that Jetty West was a candidate. I wasn't told at all that she was offered a job, so I'm making that absolutely clear today. I remember in leadership meeting, and the leadership meetings were either between myself, the Premier, the Treasurer, and my deputy. In this particular leadership meeting, I recall it was the Premier, and it's Premier Berejiklian, and Treasurer Perrottet and myself. I raised the idea that should we be elevating these positions to statutory appointments as we've been speaking.
When was that?
Sorry? When
was that?
That would have been September sometime, one of our meetings. I can't point to which meeting it was, but leadership meetings were weekly. So it was clear at that time that this is something that the government, as the policy and the executive, we have the right to make these decisions to change process. And that's why I put a request to my staffer, Joseph Brayford. I sent him a text in relation to could he get advice from the department how to make these statutory appointments.
That was kind of way back, though, in months before September, when you first started making inquiries about that and wanting to change these positions for ministerial appointments, wasn't it? When was it?
I think, to be honest, I think back in June we started asking questions around how would we make these statutory appointments. But as I said, my focus wasn't on this. My focus was COVID and everything around COVID. And so the reality is that, probably the thing that I can be accused of is that I didn't act quick enough. But it was later, and I cannot recall if it was August or September, a leadership meeting. I left a leadership meeting with the support of the Premier of the day and the Treasurer that to bring back a cab sub. The Cabinet submission, the only way you get a cab submission up on the agenda of Cabinet is for it to go through the Premier's office and signed off by the Premier's office. And that's what occurred. And I have to say, I was pleasantly surprised that they turned around a cab sub so quickly.
And was there a reason at that point, as you're saying, there was a lot that the state was dealing with, and there was a lot that you were dealing with as Deputy Premier in terms of COVID and the lockdown and the recovery out of lockdown. What was the reason for the haste at that particular time? Why did you need to turn around that Cabinet submission, that decision so quickly, I think in the matter of a week or 10 days or whatever? What was the haste?
Well, there wasn't haste. My instructions to my staffer was ASAP. I mean, the reality here is that... Why was it ASAP? Everything is ASAP. I don't sit back. I'm a minister that just gets on with the job. So the timing may look to this forum and to the public may look like it was rushed through, but a comment like ASAP, like I just made a comment earlier, I was pleasantly surprised that the department was able to turn around a cabinet submission so quickly. And sometimes, if the agendas are light, you can get things onto the agenda quickly. As I said, the Premier has to sign off on this getting onto the cabinet agenda. So, by luck or chance, this particular cab sub got onto the agenda and approved by the cabinet.
And did you inquire during that time, so in the September time when you were kind of rushing this through and saying it needed to be done ASAP, did you speak with your CEO of Investment New South Wales, Ms Brown, about the status of the recruitment process, about how the applications were going, whether anybody had been identified for that role, indeed whether things were ready to kick off with the Sticks Americans?
No, I hadn't inquired to see where they were at. I understand there was a process, and I've just, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say it, but I'll say it today. I gave evidence recently to the Graham Heading review. I volunteered to do that, where I said clearly that this decision to raise the status of these positions came about from ministers having conversations and leadership having conversation. I don't recall ever having that conversation directly with Miss Amy Brown. It was through my staffer, Joseph Brayford, that he went and inquired in relation to the Cabinet submission.
When did you find out that Ms Jenny West had been identified as the successful candidate?
I don't believe I ever found out that she was the successful candidate. I found out that she was a candidate, as far as I believe and I recall, and in one way, like the timing, and unfortunately for Miss West, the timing where I was changing a policy position and that where she was, and only from watching this hearing I've understood the events that had occurred behind closed doors that I wasn't aware of, that parallel sort of run clashed. Now, I was a big fan of Jenny West, and I'm going to make this absolutely clear in this forum. She was a strong professional, a fantastic public servant, and someone that did a fantastic job for me in that role. So I have no issue with Miss Jenny West, but the clash of timelines, unfortunately, has interrupted what was, now that I understand, she was offered a job.
Okay, so you did sign back in August, of course, the brief signed by you on the 11th of August that was to invite the Deputy Premier to endorse the preferred stick candidate for the Americas. So are you saying that you don't sign your briefs, or...?
Well, again, I've watched last week and I've looked into this. That brief has a digital signature on it. I don't recall actually seeing that brief myself. It is possible that I gave instruction to my staff to sign the brief on my behalf, but that has a digital signature on it and hasn't got my personal signature on it.
We'll come back to that. Mr Balzac.
So is it the habit in your office then, Mr Barilaro, that they apply your digital signature to whatever they like? Is that what you're saying? No,
that's not the habit. And again, my Chief of Staff on Friday clarified that, I spend a lot of my time on the road as the Minister for Regional New South Wales, responsible for bushfire recovery, flood recovery. I'm away from the office, and we had in place a system where an e-signature could be used, but I would always be notified by email of what those items would be that I cannot find, and I don't have access to my emails, and I don't recall seeing that, but that does not mean I did not give instructions to sign it using my e-signature. I just can't recall, mate.
So you're saying is that you would have seen it or you would have been aware of it, you just can't recollect that now?
No, I'm saying that I can't recall if I saw it or not.
I think that's what I said. But given the systems that were operating in your office, you would have authorised them to do it, or unless you're saying that they would have just done it without your authorisation.
Well, it should have been that case, but as I said, I cannot recall that particular brief.
Just why did you step down as Deputy Premier first and then remain as a Member of Parliament? What was the reason for that?
I think it's quite public.
I'm just asking you again.
Yeah, I look, as I said earlier, I pretty much struggled from the moment I had my mental health break, and I stepped down because there was an opportunity, because the Premier had resigned, that there was an opportunity for me to go, let's have a total refresh. I had been struggling with the role. I had a looming defamation case, which of course played out since, and I said that on the day that I resigned. I got to that point where I lost the fire in the belly, and I made that absolutely clear on the day that I resigned.
Thank you. Did you at any stage have a conversation or a meeting with Amy Brown prior to your application?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Did you meet with her after your application?
No, I don't recall I ever met with Amy Brown.
Did you meet or discuss the role with Minister Ayres as part of the application process?
No, I did not.
Who do you understand had the last call on your appointment?
Miss Amy Brown.
Miss Amy Brown, but you never discussed any of these matters with her, your application didn't go to her in a way that she would find it necessary to contact you, or you contact her?
No, Miss Amy Brown, the only contact I got from Miss Amy Brown was after I was contacted by Kylie Bell that I had been successful. And from that day onwards with Kylie Bell, we started having a number of Teams meetings. I think later that week, Miss Amy Brown contacted me to congratulate me on the appointment.
Were you surprised that the statutory appointment process wasn't changed after you sought it to be changed?
Yeah, look, the Cabinet submission clearly defined what that would look like, that it was going to become statutory appointments, but there was still a process to be had. I mean, the Cabinet submission included parliamentary legislation, so that would have still had to be debated in this House. That never occurred. The new minister at the time, I assume Minister Ayres, decided not to pursue that Cabinet decision.
Can you tell me what motivated you to seek that change?
As I said earlier, conversations with fellow colleagues, ministers and members, the realisation that we wanted to attract a different calibre of candidate, we wanted to elevate the status of those trade commissioner roles to ambassadorial, a higher level, as we are starting to see clearly we're in a very competitive environment, especially against Victoria and Queensland, who have been beating us to the punch with trade commissioners, especially Victoria, who've got a large network. It was an idea that had been around for months, and eventually a Cabinet submission that was supported by all Cabinet members bar one.
Who, when you say you discussed it with colleagues and I suppose fellow ministers, who were they?
Oh, look, I just don't recall. There were.
Was encouraging you to lift the status of these positions? Yes,
there were ministers and MPs in the during months of conversations that raised with me these roles, and there was absolutely, I think, a sense and an understanding, because many ministers had been on trade trips and thought we were behind the eight ball, and I think those conversations were had in general, not direct, in general. Might have been in Cabinet at times or in other forums, but there was no doubt in my mind that there was a will within government to change the process, to elevate the status of these appointments, and that's why I created or got the agency to create a Cabinet submission that went to Cabinet and approved by Cabinet.
So this was of such a high level of importance that it warranted a change, but it only came about casually. Is that what you're trying to get us to understand and accept?
Absolutely, absolutely. As I said, to my fault.
The government wasn't setting up a bunch of pork barrels with you for people to be able to slip out and into these roles?
No, not at all. I mean,
yourself?
No, absolutely not. I reject that. I reject that statement, and I reject that accusation. The government decided, the Cabinet of the day decided that they wanted to elevate these statuses. There was plenty of debate. I recall the debate in that room, and the support was significant.
The support was significant. What about the support outside the Cabinet room? I'm not asking you to tell me about who'd supported what in the Cabinet room, but you said one minister didn't, and that's fine. But what other members of Parliament supported it?
Well,
did Mr. Elliott support it?
I'm not going to make comment on that. I'm not going to make comment on who supported it in Cabinet and who didn't.
No, I'm not asking about Cabinet. I said outside of Cabinet.
Minister Elliott is the Cabinet Minister. He was part of the debate.
All right, well, we'll move on. Why did you ask them to change the appointment in the first place? Why did that process need to change? You're telling me that there were people saying to you casually and obviously within the Cabinet that this should be done, but what's the driving economic motivation? What's the trade motivation for doing that?
Well, the trade roles are important. I mean, for a long time, New South Wales has sat idle thinking that investment into this state was just going to flow. And while we had this the Opera House and the Bridge, it seemed like the greatest attraction, but the reality now was the landscape had changed. Queensland has started appointing trade commissioners all over.
When did they do that?
Look, I don't know when Queensland started it, but I think...
So when did the process change from just being a statutory appointment, suddenly all of a sudden...
A point of order has been taken, sorry.
The member was trying to provide some more context to the answer. I would ask him to be able to finish his answer before the next question's asked.
Yeah, I think the witness was trying to respond, so we'll just wait until he has finished his answer.
Victoria had appointed trade commissioners across the globe. Significantly, actually, in the US, they've got 2 commissioners. They've got offices in Boston and San Francisco and New York. Queensland has an office in New York. This idea that somehow we just willy-nilly picked these destinations, these markets. It was a lot of analysis done by Treasury, and I think Ms Kylie Bell on Friday went through that. We had to start being competitive. It was part of the Global New South Wales statement or document that was launched in late 2020 that identified that we were going to reinstate trade commissioners.
That's fine, but why all of a sudden change it from statutory to government appointment as a process so late in the event?
Well, again, it was at that stage, I'm not sure, and I'll have to, I could be corrected here, but there were a number of those appointments. It wasn't just the Americas. There was a number of appointments that were still outstanding. We were looking at the calibre of individual that we were trying to attract. We weren't attracting them, and therefore it was clear that statutory appointments might have been a better option. And that was taken to leadership. Leadership made a decision, the executive of the day, to change the policy, which is the government of the day.
In your evidence earlier, didn't you say that you didn't know that Jenny West had won the role for New York?
I didn't know that Jenny West was offered a contract, offered the job. I only found that out during these proceedings. I was aware that she was a candidate, of course I was. I wasn't aware that she had applied post the closure or any of that, and this inquiry has really opened that up. So the reality here is, regardless of Jenny West, there was still a number of other appointments still to be made, and the government, through conversation at leadership, and then a development of a cabinet submission and a cabinet decision, was to change the status of the process.
So the process wasn't changed for your benefit?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So are you seriously, in terms of this briefing note that was signed in August by you, digital or otherwise, it's the same thing this day and age, it's still signed by you, that the Deputy Premier is now invited to endorse the preferred candidate prior to submission to Cabinet? So a reasonably, senior brief, you had to endorse something prior to it going to Cabinet. She was a deputy, senior public servant within your department.
Yes.
You have no recollection of, in August, signing a brief that says Jenny West is the preferred candidate. That's your evidence today?
It is, and I wouldn't say that under oath if I didn't believe that to be the case. And but as the Minister, I'll take responsibility. My e-signature was used, therefore that note stands, and I have to accept that that Jenny West was a candidate. But the reality
is... The preferred candidate.
But the reality today is that was running in parallel with decisions and conversations that were being made at leadership and amongst government to create then a cabinet submission.
Thank you. Move to questions from the opposition. Mr Graham.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Barilaro. I just want to come back to your evidence about contacting other members of the government. You've been very clear about contacting Perrottet, Ayres, Keane. I just want to take you back to that discussion about your colleagues in the National Party. You talked to us about that, those discussions. Congratulations up at Port Macquarie on that day. I think that would have been the 17th of June, the day of your appointment. Does that mean to say that you had not discussed prior to that with those? You named Toole, Mitchell, Taylor. So any of those
I don't recall having conversations with Toole, Mitchell or Taylor pre that.
Yeah, so you had not discussed the fact you had applied?
I'm mindful that I may have. Definitely not with Deputy Premier Toole. I don't believe with Minister Mitchell, but possibly because I am close with Ms Taylor, then I may have spoken to her that I had applied, but I cannot, hand on heart, say yes or no.
Yeah, and that's about your application. What about your interest for the role?
No,
I might be interested
I'm more than confident that I hadn't spoken to anyone prior.
Yeah, and for any of those three.
Yeah. I believe I'm confident in saying that.
Yeah, and it might come as some surprise to hear that you had been in contact with Premier Perrottet, with Minister Ayres, Minister Keane, but not with the leader of the National Party.
No,
Premier
look,
Paul Toole.
it just wasn't something that I did.
Yeah. Okay. And I just want to turn to the you've been clear that you had contact with Minister Keane, Minister Ayres, Premier Perrottet, and that I think you've acknowledged it is fair to say other candidates, other citizens may not have been able to do it.
I'd have to agree with that.
And having heard at the inquiry what the involvement of Minister Ayres in the process, you were not aware of this at the time?
Absolutely not.
I take it, but you've now heard that evidence. Multiple points of intersection was, I think, how it was described. Supportive of you, comments supportive of you, perhaps comments less supportive of other candidates. Now you know that, do you agree that, in fact, it was not the exact same process that was afforded to others?
Well,
perhaps not your fault.
Yeah, I can't make that comment.
Process.
I can't make that comment, but I will say this. If I knew what I know now, I wish I never had applied. If I knew what I knew now, I wouldn't have walked into what was a shit show. And I'm going to use those terms, I'm sorry to say, because the trauma I've gone through over the last 6-7 weeks has been significant. But those conversations, as I've understood it last week from watching the inquiry, from evidence from Miss Amy Brown, surprised me as much as it surprised anybody else. And those interactions, what were the severity of those interactions? Was their weight? I can't answer that. I can't speak on behalf of Miss Amy Brown. And, you know, in one way, this has muddied this inquiry for me.
Yeah, and you thought you were walking into a process which was the same for every candidate, but do you accept, having heard that, as others have accepted in this inquiry, that was not the case, given what you know now?
I think, you know, just to give some due process to former Minister Stuart Ayres, I genuinely believe he did nothing to help me. I genuinely still believe that. He may have had those conversations and possibly so that I would be treated fairly. I don't believe he was going into bat for me, and I think he's been quite public about that. How those interactions are now interpreted, and I think the Premier has announced that he will review that if he breached the Ministerial Code. I think to allow due process, he should be allowed, that period should be allowed before any further comment by even someone like me.
Thank you.
Barilaro, you lodged your application on the 19th of January 2022, that's correct?
I believe so.
And that was the date applications closed, was it not? And you lodged that with the Recruiter, did you not?
Correct.
Thank you. You made the point just then, actually, that if you had your time again, that you would never have applied for the job. I heard you correctly, correct?
Yep. And what I've learned in the last few weeks.
At any point from the application process onwards, did you withdraw from the process?
Yes, absolutely.
When did you do that?
I withdrew, if I recall, somewhere in the vicinity of 23rd or 24th of February.
Did you call the Recruiter and say, I no longer wish to be...
I sent an email.
You sent an email saying you no longer wish to be considered a candidate for the Americas?
Correct.
And you did that around Wednesday the 23rd or Thursday the 24th of February?
That's what I recall, yep.
Why on the 23rd and 24th of February did you withdraw?
At that time, when I applied, it was January. I had been, as I said earlier, meeting with recruiters, looking at job options. I was then offered a job in February as an executive director for Coronation Property. And I had the looming defamation case still ahead of me. And I just, at that point, felt like, you know what, I don't need to do this. I've now got a really good job. I'm really comfortable with what was being offered for me as an executive director at Coronation. And I had that moment where I thought, I'll withdraw.
What was so you were offered a job at Coronation Property.
Sorry, Mr. Barilaro, I just missed. What date were you offered that job?
I don't have that detail here.
When did you commence that job?
It was late February, I understand.
Late February, but prior to the 23rd or the 24th, you'd received the job application, is that, or you received the offer, you accepted the job at Coronation, and then you subsequently withdrew from the Trade Commission?
That's how I believe it to be.
Okay. Thank you. And what were your duties at Coronation Group?
I was an executive director overseeing, to be honest, learning all the ins and outs of the company, working closely with other executive members and the owner.
When did you leave Coronation Group?
I finished Coronation, it would have been into June when I resigned, when I was offered the job for the Trade Commissioner.
Okay, and Mr Barilaro, you received special dispensation from the Ethics Advisor to take up the role at Coronation Group, is that
Absolutely.
correct? Can you just explain what the special dispensation covered?
The special dispensation was that he saw no issue with me working for Coronation. I made it clear that there would be some engagement with government probably in that job role. And I would have been excluded from dealing with agencies that I had been the minister for the previous 2 years.
Okay, and did you have any engagement with government as a result of your work at Coronation Group?
I don't understand what that question has to do with.
What's your duties, Mr Barilaro?
Mr Barilaro, I'm interested, this inquiry is looking into the circumstances around your appointment to the Trade Commissioner's role. I'm interested to know what the work you were doing at Coronation Group at that time. You said you withdrew from the application because of it. I'm interested to know, what were you doing? Were you lobbying government during that time?
I think that's unfair to say I was lobbying government. I worked as a full-time employee executive director. I was dealing with issues internally. I was looking to learning the business. As I said, I was at very early days. I had an engagement with the Building Commissioner. I had a meeting with the Building Commissioner.
When did that occur, Mr Barilaro?
Look, I don't know. I didn't come here prepared to answer questions in relation to my role as an executive director with Coronation.
Mr.
Deputy Premier, it's material to the reasons why you withdraw and then re-entered, which is why my colleague is asking.
It's material.
Point of order.
Point of order has been taken.
While it may be material to the reasons why Mr Barilaro withdrew from the process, it is not necessarily pertinent to the terms of reference of the inquiry, Mr Barilaro's duties at Coronation Property.
Well,
I think
That remains to be seen.
I'm ready to rule on the point of order.
Okay.
The inquiry is looking into the circumstances leading up to the appointment, and I believe, what you were doing in your role when you withdraw is the circumstances. So the question's in order.
Okay. Well, I can't answer those questions because you're asking me. I didn't come prepared to answer questions around that, so I'll have to take those questions on notice.
Okay, Mr Barilaro, can you tell us whether that occurred in February, whether that occurred in March? Can you give us a general indication?
What occurred? Sorry.
Your engagement with the Building Commissioner. When did you meet with the Building Commissioner?
Can I have a look at my phone for a sec?
Of course.
I can't see anything. Look, I would say that I met with the Building Commissioner in April sometime.
In April. And what was the meeting in regards to?
I met with the Building Commissioner in relation to getting a feel in relation to Coronation. As an Executive Director, I take my responsibilities seriously. The landscape had changed. There was a breach notice on Coronation prior, and that triggered for me to reach out to the Building Commissioner, but that breach notice was not the topic of discussion, and we made that absolutely clear.
So, Mr Barilaro, you did not discuss the breach notice when
Absolutely
you met with
not.
Did you make it? You made it clear, or did the Building Commissioner make it clear?
I actually said it's not for. I'm not having this meeting for that purpose, and he confirmed that, and it was confirmed when we had the meeting.
Okay, and so the meeting was to get a feel for Coronation Group.
Coronation Group, the work that Mr Chandler was doing, the building industry as a whole, that sort of level. But I can absolutely assure you, because I have received questions from media in relation to meetings with Mr Chandler, but I can make that absolutely clear.
Okay, Mr Barilaro.
I have a record of that for my personal. I took notes that day.
Well, can you produce them?
No, I will not produce them. They're personal notes for me.
Okay, Mr Barilaro, did you did you call or text any ministers in relation
No.
to this?
Point of order.
not at all.
Point of order. Point of order, Madam Chair.
I knew this was coming. That's why.
Point of order's been taken by Mr Farlow again. We'll just hear that.
Again, Chair, I do not see how this is relevant at all to Mr Barilaro's
Yes.
appointment to the North America stick roll
Yeah.
or the expanded terms of reference.
Yeah, I will actually say to the member, if we're getting into a meeting in April with the Commissioner, it is straying a little bit from the terms of reference as they stand. If you could just pull it back, please, to things in relation to the circumstances surrounding the appointment, that would be advised.
Yes, absolutely. I think my colleague wanted to.
Mr Barilaro, at this point that you are meeting with the Building Commissioner, you are still an applicant at this point for the Americas position, are you not?
Yes.
And at this point, you've been shortlisted, correct? In April?
I'm not sure when I was shortlisted.
But you've been interviewed. You were interviewed on 15 March, correct?
Yes.
And you were offered the job circa 23, 24 May, that's correct?
Correct.
And you signed the contract 9 June, correct?
Correct.
And when did you cease service with Coronation?
I'll have to go back to my records because I don't recall, and I didn't come prepared to answer questions in
But do
relation
you
to
not
Coronation.
see that at the same time you're applying for a high-profile public sector role, you having meetings with the Building Commissioner as an executive director of a property group may well create the perception of a conflict?
Absolutely not.
Well, what steps did you take to ensure that, well, firstly, did you disclose this nature of the work that you were doing for Coronation to the government?
I don't have to. I didn't have to.
Do you, your view?
I actually gave Mr. Chandler the option of not meeting.
I'm not talking about Mr. Chandler. I'm
hang on,
talking,
that's
Mr.
the question I
Barilaro,
just
did you
asked.
disclose it to Investment New South Wales?
Why would I?
For the very simple reason that that might be a material matter for them.
No, I'm sorry, but I disagree with that entirely. I was employed in a role, and I am sure that other applicants who were still employed in their current roles that were applicants and candidates for the trade role weren't telling their bosses or their businesses about their meetings.
Just finally,
or Investment New South Wales their
before
meetings.
I see if my colleague has anything further on this, but at the same time that you're an applicant for the Americas position, were you having contact with ministers about any issues to do with Coronation?
No, I don't
None
believe so.
whatsoever. Okay. Can we go back to your application? You lodged that on the 19th of January, correct? You've made it clear that you withdrew around the 23rd of February because you had been appointed as Executive Director of the Coronation Group, but by Friday the 25th of February, you've changed your mind again and you've decided to persist with your application for the Americas position. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And you, on the 25th, you emailed the executive officer of NGS Global to re-enter, for want of a better term, the race for the Americas position. That's correct.
Correct.
So, if you've withdrawn on the 23rd because you have taken a job at Coronation, why on the 25th have you returned to the Americas position?
As I said earlier, you know, I had a looming defamation case. I had a new job. I made a decision. I made a decision to withdraw, and you know what? I changed my mind because you know what? For my own professional growth, I thought, why not go through the process? This was a public service job that I could apply for. I was entitled to apply for as a citizen. So why not continue?
No doubt, Mr. Barilaro. I'm not disputing your right to change your mind.
No, thank you.
What I'm asking is to be able to go through that entire process as you've just described within 48 hours.
Well, it's very possible because it's live in your head. It's live. It's a live situational issue that you've got to deal with.
Okay.
I'm sure many people have made spontaneous decisions and regretted it. The old line, buyer's remorse, that normally happens within hours of someone's decision.
And did you talk to any of your former colleagues during that period?
No, not that I recall. I don't recall.
Okay, we might want to provide the witness for tender bundle 002, if you don't mind. Thank you. Mr. Barilaro, you can see that the very first document is your application, that's correct?
Yep.
Do you mind just turning to page 6 of the tender bundle?
Yes.
You can see that this is the last page of your application.
Yes.
You can see that you list your additional appointments, and you see that you list at the bottom there references available on request. Do you see that?
That is correct.
We've since ascertained that your references were highly influential in the decision to appoint you to this role. Was one of your references Mr. Gary Barnes?
I'm not sure what I'm permitted to confirm or not confirm.
Well, we've
in
established that
relation
Mr.
to
Gary Barnes was interviewed for your role as a referee. That's on a public available email. We know the time.
Okay, well then you've got the answer.
When did you approach Mr. Barnes for a reference?
I don't recall.
So references were available on request. So presumably you did not disclose this on January 19. It's not disclosed in the application. That's correct.
I wouldn't have had referees probably set up at that point.
Well, we were told that the reference check was sought after you were interviewed on the 15th of March. So I'm going to presume that sometime after the 15th of March, you were asked to provide references. Is that fair?
That's correct. To
And
provide
at
references, yes.
that point, did you provide Mr. Barnes as one of your references?
Yes, I did, because that's on the public record. I'll confirm that.
Indeed. And he is the Secretary of the Department of Regional New South Wales, correct?
Correct.
And did you have any conversations with Mr. Barnes from the 15th of March onwards?
I can't recall, and the only conversation I would have had with Mr. Barnes would be if he would be my referee.
Well, I presume that you wouldn't have necessarily nominated him as a referee without police providing him prior notice. That's correct?
Correct.
So you would have provided him prior notice?
Correct.
Did you do it before the 15th of March or after?
I don't know. I can't recall.
Well, when you provided him that notice, what did you call him?
I'm not sure if I called him or texted him, but
What did you say?
would he be a referee?
What did he say?
Yes.
Okay, and at any point did it occur to you, or did it occur to him to check whether or not, as a secretary, he was capable of providing that reference?
Well, that would be a question for Mr. Barnes.
Sure. Was the second person that you provided as a referee the Australian ambassador to the United States?
I'm not sure if that's on the public record.
It is.
If that's on the public record, I can confirm that.
And when did you contact Mr. Sinodinos?
I don't recall.
Mr. Barilaro, it's not easy to get onto the Australian ambassador. It's not like I can call up through the switch and go, can I please speak to Arthur Sinodinos?
Yeah.
Presumably you would have had to have had quite a process to get to the Australian ambassador in the United States to alert him to the fact that you were nominating him as a referee.
No, I was able to contact him on a mobile phone number, as I recall.
You had his mobile?
And he organised, or then I think he organised his PA to organise a meeting or a phone hookup.
You had a phone hookup with Arthur Sinodinos?
I believe so.
When did you do that?
I don't recall.
Well,
Yep, can we come back to it? Mr. Barilaro, you spoke earlier of the trauma that you've been through over the last 7 weeks. Do you acknowledge the trauma that Jenny West also
Absolutely.
went through when
Absolutely.
she had gone through a competitive recruitment process, was told that she had the job, and then it was taken away from her because she was told these positions were going to be ministerial appointments?
Absolutely. She would have been making the same decisions that I was starting to make, and then it all gets flipped. So I can understand that.
So did you have any conversation with Ms. Brown about rescinding the offer to Ms. West?
No, I didn't.
So how was that decision made? Do you know how Ms. Brown...
That's a question for Ms. Brown. I don't know what occurred, except for that I asked the agency to prepare a cabinet submission to change these appointments to statutory appointments. And that would have, in one way, and as I've understood from the evidence given to this inquiry, would have stopped that whatever process was in place.
So this was in September, the 27th of September, where, in fact, Jenny West's, what she tabled to this committee when she appeared, her bundle of documents and timeline states that on the 27th of September that Ms. Brown receives a direction to withdraw the offer made to Ms. West, and I believe she was told that, Ms. West was told that by Ms. Brown. So do you know where Ms. Brown would have received that direction from then if it wasn't you?
Well, I don't know. There was no direction to withdraw any offer because I wasn't aware the offer had been made. I was aware, as I said, she was a candidate. All I did was ask my policy advisor to seek advice from the department in relation to creating a cabinet submission and making statutory appointments, I had no conversation with Miss Amy Brown.
So were you aware that the New York office was getting ready to launch in the initial kind of PowerPoint presentations around the New York office, that there was potential for it to be launched in November?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
You had no... Even though these are the positions that you created, you were very involved and passionate about them, enough that you are sending a submission to Cabinet to create them, to make the ministerial appointments, you weren't kept informed of the progress of the recruitment for New York. You weren't kept informed of the progress in relation to the office being set up and the lease, nothing?
Ms Furman, I didn't create the jobs, so I just want to make this absolutely clear. The jobs, those stick positions were created by Treasury officials with the launch of Global New South Wales. I want to make that absolutely clear. And even the evidence from Ms Bell on Friday confirms that these decisions were all made by public servants who prepared Global New South Wales. That's the first part. I again have to remind the committee that my number one focus at the time was COVID and COVID lockdown and COVID roadmap. That was what consumed me each and every day, from press conferences in the morning, sometimes with the Premier, but press conferences during the day. We used to do regional press conferences that were virtual with many journos, and I took I think a couple of hours every day to deal with that, plus dealing with the work behind closed doors on the roadmap. My staff were tasked with dealing with issues in those ministerial responsibilities. If there was an issue they would raise with me, they would, but otherwise I absolutely reject that somehow I created these jobs, and this is going back to my opening statement, for my own self-purpose.
How often would you meet with Ms Brown as the CEO of Investment New South Wales? Did you have regular meetings with her?
No, very rare, rarely. And I think Ms Brown indicated last week that we may have only met on one or two occasions. And the truth is, I don't have access to my diary. Since leaving politics, I don't have access to that information, but I would believe that would be right, because again, I had tasked my advisors to deal with the agencies.
Okay, so to get updates or to find out how anything was going in relation to the sticks in terms of the roles, the officers, what was that process? Oh, look,
there could be a brief that would be put in front of me, briefs like you've shown me earlier, that'll give me an update directly from the agency, which the advisor would have brought to me. Otherwise, there could have been informal catch-ups in the office on these issues, but again, I don't recall often having many meetings in relation to trade. It wasn't a priority. Borders were closed. It wasn't front of mind.
Did you seek the advice of the Parliamentary Ethics Advisor before making inquiries about the role?
No, I did not, and I didn't believe I needed to. My understanding was always that you could apply for a government job.
And it is under the Ministerial Code.
It's technically you didn't. It wasn't required of you, but you didn't think it wise to seek their counsel anyway.
No, because my understanding was I did not need to, and I'm sure it would have been brought to my attention during the process if I wasn't eligible. I would say that.
Did anybody at all caution you about taking the role?
No one, ever.
And was there any stage when you were inquiring, when you were talking to people about it, when you applied, was there any stage of that process that you thought this just isn't going to pass the pub test?
No, not at all, because it was a public service job. This was an independent process, a public service job. There is no exclusion of a former member of Parliament applying for a public service job. So in my mind, in one way, it guaranteed cover that this process would make it easier to justify such a role. It would have been the opposite if they had proceeded with the statutory appointments. This committee would be saying that would have been a jobs for the boys appointment, because my fellow cabinet ministers would have made that decision. But that wasn't the process I went through. I went through a public service application process, independent panel, and And I was surprised to have got through, like anybody else would have been surprised, as in the candidates. But, you know, I'm proud that I was able to achieve that. But it was independent. So, no, I would argue that the independent public service process gave me cover to take the politics out of it.
Oh, it probably did give you cover. So if it was the ministerial appointment you're suggesting, so therefore in terms of the cabinet submission process, there was, you know, it did appear that was going to progress. Then, of course, Minister Ayres got the role, and that seemed to kind of go nowhere. So if it was a ministerial appointment, are you saying that it may not have looked so independent at that point?
If it was a ministerial appointment, and we know what happens when governments appoint fellow or former members of parliament to many roles, in both state and federal and across the country, you know, people have a view of that, and the accusations that were made initially, I think, of the government, that this was a captain's pick, that this was a job for the boys. But I think when the reality became true, that I actually went through a process, a public service process, an independent process, people walked away from that accusation. So look, people would have a right to have a view, as they say, perception is reality, that it's a job for the boys if it was just a pick by government, but it wasn't that. I went through this was a public service job. I applied for it.
Yes, you applied for it, but as we heard on Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock by the Public Service Commissioner, she was very alarmed at the process in the end and the what took place between the Secretary and the then Minister for Trade. So you're saying it was a public service appointment, but the Public Service Commissioner...
What's the question, Chair?
The order...
Well, point of order, what's the question,
Mr.
Chair?
Fang, I'm asking the question.
No, you're not. That's the whole point. You're not actually asking a question.
Sorry.
So the Public Service Commissioner actually said that she would not have endorsed the selection panel report ultimately. So do you stand by your claims that it was a fully independent process and it was a public service?
Absolutely. Was I aware of what may or may not have occurred behind closed doors? No, I wasn't. So you can't... You're making an accusation that I must have known that. I have the same view probably as the Public Service Commission. If I knew, and I used the term earlier, if I had walked into the mess that I walked into in relation to the process, you know, I wouldn't have applied. But I don't have hindsight. I'm not aware of what occurred behind closed doors. They're questions, and rightly so. You've been asking those questions of the agency and the public servants. But as far as I'm concerned, I never sought favour. I didn't seek out special treatment. I went through a public service process, independent, and that's what I believe I did.
First 10. Okay, I'll take it again. So you were interviewed for the position on the 15th of March. Do you know when your reference checks were done?
No, I don't.
So when were you offered the role?
When was I offered the role?
Yes. When did you get the first...
The 23rd or the 24th of May, I received a text from Miss Kylie Bell congratulating me.
So the 23rd, 24th of May?
Yeah, I think it was the 23rd now, and to congratulate me and to set a time for a Teams meeting to start the process.
And so that was a couple of days after that?
The Teams meeting, I think, was the next day on the 24th of May. And from that point onwards, right through to announcement and beyond, there were many emails or meetings between myself, Ms Kylie Bell and General Counsel and others that were in the agency.
Around contracts and everything.
Yeah, around contracts and police checks, passports, all, you know, the usual stuff that they'd be now trying to put in place.
Did you have any say in when it was announced that you had the role?
No, I received in the lead up, so between the 15th of June and the 17th of June, I received from the media team from the Department of Investment for, you know, quotes that they would like to use in the media release. but at that time they had indicated that it most likely could be announced on the Friday. But, I didn't get to pick the date it was going to be announced. They announced it.
When was everything finalised for you then? So you're saying you've got the 15th to the 17th, 15th to the 16th or whatever, when you're working on lines for the media release. When was everything finalised in terms of contracts, and when were you kind of ready to go?
I don't think I signed a contract, and I think there was, Mr Mookie might be able to answer that because he mentioned it earlier. I think it was the 6th of June.
I think the 9th.
Yeah.
That I signed a contract.
I think you signed it on the 9th, and the
on the
Investment New
9th,
South
there
Wales
you
on the 16th.
Yeah.
Was there, so if you signed it on the 9th, is there a reason that it took so long between the 6th of June and then doing the media release on the 17th after you were ready to go?
Yeah, because there was a lot of things not in play. I mean, at one stage, they weren't sure if I'd go over on a diplomatic passport or on my standard Australian citizen passport. In relation, there was questions around the US entity. There was questions around tax implications, and of course there was dialogue between myself and the agency in relation to the costs. So, there was a relocation cost, what that entailed and what it covered, and I of course put in place, I was asking and requesting, would my costs be covered if I was to be sacked coming home? Understanding there is an election next year and there could be a change of government, and if I was to get sacked after moving over to the US, would I have costs covered? So that was really at the heart of what that conversation was.
So did the delay have anything to do with the fact that you were in court with Google? The judge found in favour of you on the 6th of June, and that you may have wanted airspace between that and the announcement of this plum $500,000 a year job?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. You can't. That is that line of questioning is. No, Ms. Sharp. That's
What
not
did you
personally
object to specifically in relation to the question when you're saying it's not in order?
The way that you're phrasing the question creates, is tinged with argument, and I'd suggest that we're better off to just keep things to a very.
I try and be very objective when I'm ruling on a question that I've asked, but I do think it was in order. But I'll.
No, thank you, Ms. Furman. In relation to the question, no, because I wasn't aware at that stage, as you would be aware. When you go into a defamation case, it's up to then the courts to determine when they hand down the decision. Again, that timing all just happened to be all at roughly the same time. So the idea that I didn't make up my decision because I was awaiting the court decision, I mean, that court decision could have taken another 6 months. I was lucky enough that it only took a couple of months.
Okay. What was your involvement with the appointment of Ms Amy Brown as Secretary of the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade and CEO of Investment New South Wales?
I don't believe I had any role. I don't believe I had any role.
You resigned when she became.
Sorry?
You had resigned by the time she was appointed Secretary, correct?
You've got to go back. When I was appointed Trade Minister after the election of 2019, previously to that election, trade and investment was under one banner. Post-2019, I had the trade portfolio. Mr Ayres had the investment portfolio. The investment piece with Amy Brown as DepSec sat within DPC. The trade piece sat with Treasury, which is where I was involved with. At a point in time, the Premier Berejiklian made a decision to merge the two back into one entity under DPC in 2021. And then what happened after that with Investment New South Wales is subject to the current minister.
So did you know Ms Brown before she took the role?
I knew Ms Brown as a DepSec in DPC. She'd been in cabinet meetings at times. She stepped in for the Secretary of DPC, Tim Reardon, at times. When I was acting Premier, I remember she at one point was also acting Secretary. So yeah, I knew who Ms Brown was.
Okay, thank you. I might go back to the opposition.
Thank you. Mr Barilaro, I think we were talking about you organised a Microsoft Teams or such meeting with the Australian ambassador to the United States, Mr Sinodinos. Do you have any better recall as to when that took place?
No, I don't.
And I presume that the whole purpose of that meeting was in order to encourage him to provide a favourable reference to you?
No, it was actually My first engagement with Mr. Sinodinos was one, opportunities in the US in relation to trade, and two, if he would be my referee.
When you say opportunities in relation to trade, was it your intent to move to the United States and pursue employment there?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. So what did you mean by that?
Well, taking into account that I had applied for the trade role, I was trying to get an insight of what the landscape in the US for trade is.
Opportunities for New South Wales.
For New South Wales,
But
yes.
just to benefit your ability. That's fair enough, Mr. Barilaro.
And don't forget, AUKUS had just been signed, I think, months earlier, so there was a real opportunity for New South Wales in the defence space, especially with the Special Activation Precinct out at up in Newcastle.
But do you remember when you first recall mentioning to Mr. Sinodinos that you intended to apply and intended for him to be a referee?
No, I don't recall.
Well, I can only presume it was either sometime before. Logically, most people, when they apply for a job, when they say on the resume references available on request, would know who their referees would be at that point in time.
I made a comment earlier that I'm not sure, and I don't believe I had my referees locked in place when I applied for the job.
Okay, but presumably you locked them in between the 19th of January then, if we're to believe you, and presumably when you were offered the job 23 May, I presume.
At some point I...
Did you have a third referee?
Yes, I did.
Who was it?
I won't be disclosing that.
Why not?
I shouldn't have to.
Why not?
Because no other candidates are being grilled in who their referees are.
Well, that's not true. You're the person who got the job. Mm-hmm. Your referee was highly influential. We have a panel report.
All referees are highly influential. That's why people put them down as referees.
Mr. Barilaro? The selection report, the final report that was signed, makes it very clear that your referees were very important consideration.
Right.
And in fact, was the reason why they had confidence to proceed with your appointment. So, I'm going to ask you again, who was your third referee?
I won't be answering that.
Why not?
I don't think I have to.
It's a lawful question.
Yep.
You're under
Chair,
oath.
I'm going to raise a point of order.
Before we do, let me
No. I can raise a point of order.
We'll need to hear the point of order. Mr. Fang?
Chair, the point of order is very clear. The witness is able to not answer the question given that it has been clear from the testimony of the Secretary and the CEO of Investment New South Wales that referees are not disclosed, that the member does not have to. And so in that instance, to insist that the member is required to do so is not lawful, and I would ask you to rule that out of order.
To the point of order.
To the point of order.
Chair, Mr. Fang errs when he fails to draw a distinction between a public servant being asked this question and a witness of this type who's a private citizen, not a member. It is a lawful question under the Parliamentary Evidence Act. It is clear that the private citizen has the information to hand, so there's no basis for him to take it on notice either.
Yes.
So it's a lawful question without any lawful excuse to withdraw.
Yep.
Further to the straightforward question. Mr. Barilaro has taken the oath under the Evidence Act. There is no basis under the Evidence Act for the witness to simply go as he has. I don't want to tell you.
Yes, I'm aware of what you're saying, Mr. Mulkey. Just to the point of order again, Mr. Farlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that Mr. Mulkey is aware that privilege has been attached to the referees' names with the documents that have been provided to the Parliament. I would suggest that privilege still extends to the matters before this committee inquiry today as well.
The privilege is a restriction on members. It's not a restriction on witnesses. It's a restriction on members' ability to utilise information in questioning. I'm not utilising any privileged information in this questioning. I have a report in front of me here that says references available on request. That is why I'm asking who the third referee is, because we've established that there are three. No privileged information is being utilised whatsoever. And the restriction on privilege is not a defence that's available to a person who's being asked questions under the Evidence Act.
Yes.
Well, to the point...
I'm ready to rule.
Well,
we'll go one more to you,
I'm just going to address the point to the Parliamentary Evidence Act. While the Parliamentary Evidence Act is clear about what a lawful question is or is not, it is not a lawful question from the Parliamentary Evidence Act's point if it seeks information that the witness may believe is privileged or is...
No, the whole purpose of the Parliamentary Evidence Act is to override. It's not the Evidence Act. This is not the witness is not giving evidence under the Evidence Act of New South Wales. He's giving evidence under the Parliamentary Evidence Act.
Yes, I understand that. Now, Chair, I'm going to make the point that there was a point of order raised during the, I believe it was the first hearing around the Parliamentary Evidence, the second hearing around the Parliamentary Evidence Act around lawful questions that you ruled against me, and it is very much in a similar vein of this. So you've already set the precedence in this hearing as to what is or is not a lawful question under the Parliamentary Evidence Act. If you are to uphold the point of order that you held in the second hearing, then you will have to uphold it in this instance as well.
To that point, Chair. Do you need to be heard on that point? If you wish to be heard, to be hearing me on that point, I'm happy to, Chair. But otherwise, I'm happy if you wish to rule.
Yeah, I'm ready to rule. So it is a lawful question, but the the witness is not compelled to answer it. But I will say to the witness that we do have the right to summons you at some point in the future where you will be compelled to answer the question. So that's up to you.
So, Madam Chair, just in the spirit of fairness, can you at least give me the time during the lunch break to contact my referee to seek advice?
Of course.
And come back after lunch,
Mr. Barilaro,
I'd be more than happy to answer the question with their permission.
Mr. Barilaro, no problems. If that's the case...
At least get that,
Yeah,
please.
that's fair. That's reasonable. No problems whatsoever in that respect.
Okay.
So we'll move on beyond the references until after lunch.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask you about just another aspect of your resume which has surfaced in the public debate, for which I think you're entitled to provide your side of the story on. But you see here on page 6 that... you list yourself as being a board director of Smarter Region CRC. Do you see that at the top of the page?
Yes.
At this point in time, there was no board of Smarter Region CRC, correct?
Well, I disagree with that. And I saw the story in the press. I was asked to join that board. It was a board. The CEO used to address the members as board members. There were minutes for those meetings. Maybe the term director is incorrect. It should have been maybe just board member, but it was a board. And it was an organisation that was seeking federal funding for AI, advanced manufacturing, and making sure regional New South Wales wasn't left behind. I was asked to join, and but that funding didn't come through, and I think, and then the organisation was pulled apart in end of Jan, early Feb.
Okay. But you do accept... It's not a big point, Mr. Barilaro, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it.
I think
you do
maybe the term director should be swapped for member.
Yes. But you understand in the process of assessment that perhaps you should have gone into more detail about what precisely that role was?
Well, no, because I put these down as additional appointments. You know, in the first part of my reference, I spoke about my job and my employment, predominantly my time as a Member of Parliament, which did consume 11 of my past 11 past years, so they were additional appointments. The recruiter could have asked me that, and I would have been able to square that up. But you know, if it's the word director versus member, you know, that's just an error.
It's a small point.
It is a small point, yeah.
But I just felt you should be entitled to respond.
Yeah, no, I've responded.
And so, Mr. Barilaro, why did you want to be the trade ambassador? The trade commissioner to the United States, and why were you qualified for that role?
Well, I mean, there are many in this room that may not know what I did prior politics, and of course, being the trade minister, it gave me an opportunity to be part of a development of a plan, strategy for this state to really engage with the opportunity to sell New South Wales in the way we've never sold it before, to drive investment, to showcase our lighthouse precincts, including the special activation precincts in the regions. You know, I believe I was capable and had the skill set. One is, you know, my style, as many have pointed to, of being able to kick down doors, the opportunity to be aggressive in business. I was in business for 20 years prior joining politics in manufacturing. I was importing out of Indonesia and China. I bought machinery and equipment for my business here in Australia out of the US, UK, Europe. I'm definitely not on par with people that are in those global markets, but I believe that I had all the capability of being a great salesman, if you want to use that term, for this great state, especially that I was the Deputy Premier that played an important role in the development of this policy. I was the Deputy Premier and the Minister that was part of the Crisis Cabinet Committee that worked with businesses and industries to reboot the economy. I believed I had the skill set to do that very, very well, but it wasn't my decision. In the end, the independent panel decided that those capabilities and those skill sets were there and chose me to be their preferred candidate.
So it was an important part of your thinking that you had delivered the Global New South Wales strategy, correct?
Say that again.
It was an important part of your thinking about why you could do this job that you had delivered the Global New South Wales strategy.
I was the Trade Minister, so I had a significant insight of what the government's view of what it wanted from its trade commissioners.
And if you turn to page 4 of your application, which is page 4 of the tender bundle, sorry, you see that you list that delivered Global New South Wales.
Yep, absolutely.
As an is. And you developed that strategy as Trade Minister, correct?
I was a portfolio minister along with the Treasurer, etc. Yep.
And presumably you took your responsibilities to deliver that strategy seriously?
Yes, absolutely.
And I presume that you did stay engaged with that throughout?
In the early stages, and absolutely.
And that's from the time that this strategy was being developed by Treasury?
Yep.
And the time that it was transferred to Investment New South Wales?
Well, less because of COVID took over. Bushfires and COVID consumed my time.
But you would have presumably still kept some level of engagement, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you would have made sure that you were across your briefings and you were keeping
Best
up?
I could.
And you were talking to your advisors regularly?
Yep.
And you were, where necessary, making contact with the department either directly or through your office?
Very rarely directly.
Yes, but through your office?
Yes.
And that did entitle you to understand precisely the scope of the governance strategy?
Correct.
And this was information made available to you as a minister?
Correct.
And then you cited that information that you gained as a minister in your application, correct?
In what way?
Well, you just said it on page 4. Delivered Global New South Wales, a government-wide initiative to support the state's outstanding industry. And you made
public
repeated
knowledge.
Indeed.
It was a press release.
No, but you also make a reference to it in your page 1, correct? And in your covering letter.
Yep.
You made extensive reference to the information you gained as a minister in making your application. Do you agree?
Yes. That was my job. I was the minister.
Indeed.
I was a minister. I was a member of
No one disputes your ability to have access to this information as a minister. But, Minister, you're aware that the Ministerial Code of Conduct says that information gained through ministerial service should not be used for private benefit. You're aware of that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you've just sort of, by your own admission, made clear that you utilised information obtained to you through a minister for your private purposes of putting an application in for the job.
No, I disagree, because all that information, by the time that I made the application, was public knowledge. Global New South Wales Statement, policy framework, the trade network, everything, the precincts, all of it is public knowledge.
Was it public knowledge when you received or your office received the briefing in relation to Miss West? Was that public knowledge?
In relation to what about Miss West?
Well, the briefing note that apparently that was signed without your knowledge or with your knowledge, was that public information?
No, it wasn't.
Was it public information to understand precisely when the role would be rolling out, as when you were Minister for Trade?
Yeah, well, I wasn't aware of that either.
Was it public knowledge that you had brought a cabinet submission to turn these into statutory appointments?
I'm not sure what was relayed publicly.
So, we can establish that many of the features that certainly surrounded your application were not public knowledge. That is, at least 3. The fact that there was an endorsed candidate for your endorsement, that prior to that there was a selection process, the fact that you had brought a change yourself, which we'll get into after lunch, I'm sure, the fact that you knew at that point in time that the government was going to change its policy. No matter what, whether or not that was bona fide or not, but Mr. Barilaro, you knew that the government was going to change its policy at the time that you put an application in, or afterwards, to be fair. So please can you explain to me how it is the case that you were in accordance with the Ministerial Code of Conduct? Because it's apparent to me, and to be fair, I think to most reasonable people, that the information you gained as a minister absolutely informed your application, and in doing so, you were using information obtained as a minister for your personal benefit.
No, I disagree entirely. As
Please
I said,
explain why.
I made it absolutely clear. The information in relation to this job was public aware, was available publicly for everybody. There was what I referred to in my CV and what I referred to in my opening, in my cover letter, was that I delivered a policy framework which is quite public. The idea that somehow I used inside information, I had no other information that every other candidate wouldn't have had in the public domain.
Mr. Barilaro, when you were interviewed for the role, you made a reference to your time as minister, which, to be fair to you, is reasonable. You were the Minister for Trade, but you made reference to it, did you not?
Well, my CV's made reference to my...
No, it's a separate question. It's to do with your interview which took place on the 15th of March. On the 15th of March, when you were interviewed by the panel, did you make reference to the Global New South Wales strategy, and did you highlight that as a positive feature of your candidacy?
I would have definitely talked to my former role as Trade Minister.
Yes. I'm asking you very specifically, Mr. Barilaro, in that interview, in front of the four people who were present, did you make reference to the Global New South Wales strategy and the information that you would have had to have obtained as a minister? And you
No, I'm sorry, I disagree. There were questions in relation to the Global New South Wales strategy. They would have been the same questions that would have asked of other candidates. And if I had answered, and I can't recall exactly what was spoken in that panel discussion, if I had answered those questions in relation to that strategy, it would have been the same questions being asked of other candidates, and that what was publicly
Minister,
on the record.
Mr. Barilaro, do you understand that it's coming across as highly implausible that in making an application for the Stick America's position, that you would not have utilised information available to you as a minister?
Well, I think you want to put it that way, but nothing excluded me as a former minister or former member applying for a public service job, as I did, in an independent process, using that I was the Trade Minister previously, and not discussing anything else outside of what was on the public record, which was the Global New South Wales statement and policy.
Mr. Barilaro, I'll ask you again. Do you understand how implausible it is?
No, I don't agree with that statement.
You tell us that you didn't utilise information available only to you as minister.
I did not.
And cite that as the main reason why you should get the job.
No, I did not. I absolutely refute that I used somehow information that wasn't available to anybody else. Refute it.
I'm going to come back to that question about the referees after lunch. I just wanted to come back to what you were telling us about Mr. Barnes, Secretary Barnes. You said you'd had one discussion in relation to the reference.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, separate to that discussion, did you at any point have discussions with Gary Barnes about your interest, your application, or the process for this?
Not that I recall. All I recall was asking Mr. Barnes to be my referee, and at that point I would have told him that I was applying for the job. I had applied for the job, naturally. But I don't recall having any other conversations with Mr. Barnes prior.
Yeah, so separate to that discussion, over any of this time, you did not discuss...
Not that I'm aware of, no.
...any of those aspects of the...
No, I don't believe so. But, you know, I could be corrected, but I don't believe so.
You just said, Mr. Barilaro, then you didn't have any discussions with him prior, but what about post?
I do believe Mr. Barnes notified me that he was... that he had put up the referee. I've got a sense that happened. So he told me that he came back and said, yep, I've been your referee.
You established the Department of Regional New South Wales, didn't you?
Yes.
And you chose Gary Barnes for the role of Secretary, did you?
He'd been my secretary for a long time, yes. well before even regional New South Wales.
When you say, what was he the secretary of before?
He was a DepSec previously.
So he was a DepSec of what previously, precisely? The Department of Primary Industry?
Oh, God. So regional New South Wales came out of being regional development, and over a number of years, we then became a standalone agency, which was regional New South Wales. And Gary Barnes became secretary. It was just a continuation.
You chose him to be the secretary of regional.
Yes, of course.
And Gladys Berejiklian resisted that, didn't she?
She what?
Resisted it, didn't she?
Absolutely not.
And Tim Reardon did as well, didn't he?
No, not that I'm aware
Expressed
of.
concern to you about Mr. Barnes, didn't they?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. But then nevertheless, he becomes a secretary when the government is elected in 19, correct? Re-elected in 19?
When we established the
which was then?
agency, yeah.
So effectively, it's the case here that you're the reason why he becomes secretary, and he's a big reason about why you become the successful candidate to Americas. Do you understand the perception that creates?
Oh, I think firstly, and I'll go back to the chair's initial comment, you can't use this forum to defame people.
Not defame.
Under parliamentary privilege.
I'm asking you to respond to that perception.
That is a slur on a apolitical public servant that I believe has been in the public service for 35 plus years across the country under all colours of government. To make that slur today, that somehow I did him a favour, because that's what you're referring to, and he did me one, is wrong. Under the referee process, the 360 arrangement that I was asked to provide referees. One of them was like someone that you report to, someone that reports to you. Gary Barnes fitted that bill. I spent 11 years in politics, 7 years as a minister, almost 5 years as deputy premier. It would have been very difficult for me to find anyone else that couldn't have fit that bill, and therefore I thought it was appropriate for Mr. Barnes to be a referee. He's honest, trustworthy, and he'd say it as it is. And so therefore, I don't think it's right that we somehow slur Mr. Barnes doing me a favour because I had done him one. I absolutely refute that statement. And
I certainly reject any inference that this is a slur. I'm asking you to respond to the perception.
I've answered the question.
So it's fair to say
I've responded.
you
Did you ask Jenny West?
Sorry?
Did you
reject
ask
that perception?
Did you ask Jenny West?
Order, Mr. Fang.
Absolutely. I reject that. I absolutely reject that.
Now I've got questions from government members until for 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Barilaro, Mr. Mookie's taken you to your CV on several occasions. I take it you've also outlined that you applied for other jobs during this period, Director of Coronation Property being one of them. Yep. Did you use this CV or a CV similar to that?
This CV has pretty much gone to a number of recruiters, yes.
And of course those recruiters. Now I take it within this CV you would have talked about your achievements within the government during that period of time, and no sort of form of private benefit in talking about your achievements in the government and what you were able to do as a government minister or member for Monaro.
Correct.
That's correct. Before applying for those roles or for the role as Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner, did you consult the Ministerial Code of Conduct?
Yeah, I understood from the Ministerial Code of Conduct that when it came to applying for a public service job, that I did not need clearance or I was excluded from doing so, and that's why I applied for it.
And that would be looking at section 24(2), where it says that this clause does not apply to any offer of post-separation employment by the State of New South Wales or any agency representing the state.
Correct. And you can quote the actual paragraph.
You would have seen that and you would have consulted that before applying for this job, of course.
Correct.
So the Ministerial Code of Conduct itself actually makes a special exemption when it comes to government roles, in effect.
Absolutely.
And the requirements to consult with the ethics advisor and the like for those roles.
That's how I understood it.
And Mr. Barilaro, when you applied for other roles outside, like the role you've discussed with Coronation Property, you consulted with the ethics advisor?
That is correct.
About that role, and you got a special exemption in terms of your employment there?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barilaro. I just wanted to touch on a number of the points that Mr. Mookie raised earlier, and within the interview that you underwent with Investment New South Wales's selection panel for the role, did you discuss Ms. Jenny West at that time?
At the panel?
Yes.
No.
Did you discuss the ministerial arrangements to move from what were public sector appointments to ministerial appointments?
No.
Did you discuss the recruitment process in the previous role?
No, not at all.
So you didn't use any of the information that Mr. Mookie indicated during his questioning as part of that interview process?
Exactly right. Absolutely not. In those interviews, I spoke about what was public knowledge in relation to the policy of Global New South Wales, because they were the questions that were directed to me by the panel, and I'm sure it would have been the same questions they directed to all candidates.
And you'd be aware, Mr Barilaro, that Section 10, brackets 1 of the Code of Conduct obviously says that, you know, you can't unknow what you already know, and that to use... that you can't not use the areas of information that you already know in other roles that you may apply to.
That is correct. Yeah. And I use no information in relation to my interview or anything else that wasn't public knowledge.
Thank you. Do you believe that, given that you had ministerial experience, that you would completely ignore it in your interview whilst you were applying for the role, or do you think that you would have questions around any candidate that may be a former minister but not touch on any of that experience?
Well, I've had two careers in my life. I went from school to my family business, which I did for almost 20 years, and then I became a Member of Parliament. I had two careers. My CV shows that, and the reality here is that it would be very difficult to go into an interview and not talk about what the most recent employment was, and that is as a Member of Parliament, as a Minister, as a Deputy Premier. That is at the heart of who I am today, and there is, again, strengths and weaknesses to that. Not everyone in the private sector like the idea that you've been a Member of Parliament, that you are labelled to one side of politics. That becomes a negative, but at the same time, there are great positives in the achievements that I've been able to achieve in my time. So I proudly talk about my time as a Member of Parliament, a Minister, and as Deputy Premier on those achievements.
Thank you. Ms Brown confirmed in her previous appearance that Ms Jenny West had either a Deputy Secretary or a Secretary providing a referee for her. Now, in that instance, given that there seems to be some criticism from those opposite, do you believe that that should also flow to other candidates, perhaps had Deputy Secretaries or Secretaries as their referees?
Well, I saw the evidence given last week, and so be it. What I would argue is, again, if Mr Gary Barnes was not permitted in giving me a referee, he could have chosen not to if there was some rule against that. I don't believe there is a rule against that. I worked closely with Mr Barnes, and I thought he'd be a perfect referee in being absolutely truthful and honest about who I was as a prospective employee of another agency or another organisation. So in my mind, if it suits one, it should suit the other.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Okay, excellent. Let's have an early minute. So we'll break for lunch and we will be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
So welcome back from lunch. We will now proceed to questions again, starting with the opposition, Ms Penny Sharp.
Right, thank you. Ms Barilaro, I just wanted to take you back to, we were talking before the break about when you thought about pulling out of the role and then going back into the role. Can I just ask you who you spoke to during that period of a couple of days, or if you spoke to anyone about that?
Look, I don't recall. I don't believe I did speak to anyone, but I don't recall who I would have spoken to. It was more, I made a decision, thought about it, and then changed my mind.
There wasn't anyone that you
Look, it's possible. It is possible. Nothing comes to mind, and I don't want to say someone if it's not correct.
Yep, no, that's okay. Can I just ask you, when you were speaking to Minister Ayres about the role, what did you understand at that point in time was the process for the role? Was it to be a ministerial appointment, or was it to be a public service role?
Can I answer that honestly? I think I'm as confused as others have been. I didn't know.
So you did, when you were warning him, well, when you were telling people that you were going to be pursuing this role, you didn't actually know how you would ultimately be appointed.
No, I just reached out asking what the role would be, and then, as I said, weeks later, I received the stick advertisement.
Okay, and just my final one on this before I hand over to my colleague. Did you ever speak to Minister Ayres about a direct appointment to the role?
No, never.
Thank you, Mr Barilaro. Mr Barilaro, I think you were going to tell us who your third referee is.
I think the media already announced it, but I'm happy to do so. I sought permission to ask, and my third referee was the former Premier of New South Wales, the Honourable Barry O'Farrell.
And when did you seek Mr O'Farrell's reference?
Again, it would have been earlier this year. As I said, I am confident to say that when I applied for the job, my CV has TBC at the bottom for referees, and has always had that, because subject on the job that you're going to apply for would be subject to the type of referee you may go and seek. So, again, I would have sought Mr O'Farrell's support as a referee, after the application period.
And the nature of the reference you sought from him came from your time as a member of his government?
Matt, he was one of the reasons I got into politics. He inspired. I remember when I won that first election in 2011 and got over the line, had to wait till the Wednesday to get announced. It was Barry that rang me and congratulated me. I think he said I was the cherry on top of what was already a significant win for Mr O'Farrell, Premier O'Farrell. And from there onwards, he has been a big supporter of mine in relation to our time together in politics and post. So I see him not only as the former Premier of this state, but a dear friend.
At the time that you approached him, he was the High Commissioner to India, which he still is?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, again, logistically organising reference with the High Commissioner of India would have taken some doing, correct?
No, not at all, because I just said a minute ago...
You called him up?
I just said a minute ago that he's been a dear friend.
You called him up?
So he's been a dear friend. I sent him a message, and he offered to be my referee. It's as simple as that.
But again, Mr Barilaro, do you understand the perception that is created when a former leader of the Liberal Party is giving a reference to a former leader of the National Party for a job like this?
No, not at all. If I was an external candidate and my referee was the chairman of KPMG, because that's who I worked for, I, as another candidate, would have no access to the chairman of KPMG or other, yet I have the ability to call on referees who are some of them are high-profile referees. I've been lucky enough in my life journey to have met some wonderful people, and Mr O'Farrell knew and knows my ability and capacity and capability. He's been a supporter and a friend, and I asked him if he would be a referee, and I think it's very appropriate that he can be, and he has, and that's the end of that.
Mr Barilaro, the reason I ask on this is because it's clear from the panel reports that this was a key factor for you getting the role, the reference from your referees, which, as best we can tell, consists of a former leader of the Liberal Party, a former president of the Liberal Party, a secretary of the department. Do you understand that that would have put a lot of pressure on the public service should they decided to refuse you?
Not at all. Not at all, because firstly, it was the recruitment agency that conducted the referee reports. So that's the first point. The second point is that we have an apolitical public service personnel. What you are now questioning is their their integrity. And the reality here is that everybody that puts up a referee would be referees that are able to put forward the capabilities and skill sets of an individual. I'm sure that every candidate and their referees would have been fantastic referees. I've been lucky enough that these people know me, they know how I work, and they were able to give a referee that was reflective on who I am, what I can achieve, and appropriately. Yes, perception, to your point, perception, I get that, but the reality is people call on all sorts of people in their world and their life and their work journey to be referees, and I've been lucky enough to be surrounded by some very high-profile individuals.
But you have, and look, to be fair to you, you probably weren't aware of this, but you had an informal reference from Minister Ayres, and you had a formal reference from a person of such prominence as the former Premier of New South Wales, Mr O'Farrell, as well as a person of prominence like the former Senator and President of the Liberal Party, Mr Sinodinos. Again, can you understand here that it does look like there was a concerted sort of effort?
Not at all. Again, firstly, Mr Sinodinos is former President, a federal member of Parliament, a Senator, a Minister in the federal Parliament. It had no bearing on any public servant in the state of New South Wales. Mr O'Farrell has been gone for, 7 or 8 years, even longer. My maths is not working. The reality here, I didn't even go to a National Party leader or former leader, so I can understand.
I'll ask you, why not? When they weren't prepared to give you one, or?
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, I think I'd be closer to some of my nats than I do with some libs. But as I said, you'd be surprised that in the course of this political journey, that some of your friends don't actually come from the people that sit beside you. Sometimes across the political aisle, and there are some in your party that I would call friends, and who I'm proud to have met on this life journey and this political journey. So I chose those referees based on that I believe they could sell me for who I was and what I'm capable of, and that is for the interest of this state, and that is to be a trade commissioner for the state of New South Wales, to make sure when it came to the state of origin of trade, Queensland, Victoria, who are kicking goals at the moment, we were going to catch up, and I'm confident I could have done that.
I just want to take you back, Mr Barilaro, to that final week. It must have been a frantic week, that week of the 27th of September through to the 1st of October, leading to the events of the 3rd and 4th of October. So really your final week in the job. The 27th of September, that was the Monday, that was the Cabinet meeting in which this Cabinet submission was considered. That's correct?
From the hearing, that's what I believe. I don't have access to those files.
Yeah, and that was the change. That was when these roles changed to become ministerial appointments. That had, as we've observed elsewhere in the hearing, that hit the Cabinet table in relatively record time. I won't ask you to comment on that, but just 7 working days. Friday, the 1st of October, you made that global trade announcement with others in the morning.
Correct.
And then in the afternoon, that was when the Premier Berejiklian resigned. You've told us on the Saturday, the 2nd of October, you spoke to your colleague Minister Stokes about your intentions, perhaps his intentions, certainly your intentions, that's correct?
Correct.
And what did you say to him?
Yeah, so again, you say it was a frantic week. Unless I had a crystal ball or knew the inner workings of the ICAC, at no point did I know that Premier Berejiklian was resigning on the Friday. So the timeline may look frantic, but it was business as usual. A Cabinet submission that went to Cabinet on the Monday was approved. Whatever happened after that in relation to how frantic the week became, no one would have known. And the reality would have been is that I would have not had resigned that week or on the 4th of October if the events of the Friday the 1st hadn't occurred. So on the Saturday, as I said, I had a missed call from Minister Stokes, as I recall. I returned that call and we spoke about all things, but in my mind it felt like it was quite public that he was nominating for the leadership of the Liberal Party. I think he was reaching out to the leader of the National Party, a coalition partner. I sense that was part of the conversation. I can't recall. I've got to be honest, I can't recall exactly, but I do remember then going into a conversation around that. I'm not sure if I'm going to continue anyway, and talking through, remembering the events of my break. Part of it was the debate around Koala SEP. Minister Stokes was a part of that. Minister Stokes and I, over the months post that period, became quite honest with each other and I believe built a professional friendship. And so to talk something through with someone that you probably wouldn't normally go to for counsel, it was really good for me, therapeutic in a way, that I was getting the advice of an individual that I respected. I used to say he was the smartest person in cabinet. And I do apologise to those other cabinet ministers.
But,
you know, and I think at the time, it might have been by text message or phone call over that weekend, I even spoke to Andrew Constance, and I go, again, people will probably laugh at this, going, what? You seem to, the people that you had public fights with, you seem to have trusted. And I think he made a comment that, you know, that he was part of my decision to go. And that's when I decided. And I can tell you, Premier Perrottet...
On that Saturday,
he was telling me to stay. Sorry?
On that Saturday, as you had these discussions. Yeah.
On the Saturday and the Sunday, you know, and then I spoke to my team because I had to organise a press conference for Monday morning. I think there was noise coming out of the media Sunday afternoon or Sunday night. Nothing is ever quiet, as Barry Farabee, my third referee.
Sure.
So the reality is, you know, it was over that weekend I decided that the Monday morning I was calling it quits. And, you know, subject to, you know, I had this defamation case. And don't forget, I was also a witness in the ICAC issue with the former Premier. And all of that played on my mind that I just thought now's the time to go.
Yeah, and I'll just come back to that point you just made. The Premier at that point, or the incoming Premier, Premier Perrottet, asked you to stay at that point. You had made your mind up.
Yeah, well, yeah. Look, you know, when the announcement happened on Friday, just like Minister Stokes, Minister Perrottet had a chat with me about, you know, what the next chapter would look like under his watch if he was to become Premier. I indicated that I'm not sure at this stage, and he was asking me to stay. He wanted stability. He knew the role that I played in the roadmap, but I had to be honest with him. And I believe until it might have been Sunday before I contacted Dom or Premier Perrottet that I wasn't contested. I believe at that point he thought I was staying.
Yeah, and then your press conference, you made this public, and events unfolded from there, a rapid resignation from the key role, although, as you've said, you've stayed on as MP.
Yeah, well, I stayed on as MP till December only because initially we thought there were going to be by-elections immediately. I think there was talk about October, November by-elections, and that would have been good. It would have been easier. But then, of course, I think, again, with the COVID plans sort of disrupted that, and I think the Electoral Commission wasn't comfortable with it, and that dragged out. So I wanted to stay on as a local member and not vacate that seat and not leave that seat.
On that Monday, on the 27th of September, when the Cabinet dealt with this issue, you've said you had the support of others to get it on the agenda. It wasn't all you. The Premier, Gladys Berejiklian, the Treasurer, Dom Perrottet, had ticked off in this leadership meeting to say that this would be on the agenda.
Well, that would have been
earlier,
a week or 2 weeks earlier when the Cabinet submission was launched.
Yeah, but you had the support of others to have this discussed. But you'd accept, though, in that Cabinet meeting, you were a key advocate, the key advocate for this proposal.
I'm the portfolio minister that submitted the submission, but with the support of the other two. But in the end, the support of the whole Cabinet bar one.
Yeah, and I think you're saying to us that we should have no concerns that as the key advocate in that meeting, you were yet to decide you were resigning at that point.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
As I said, if the events of Friday didn't occur, I would have stayed on for who knows how long. Delta, the roadmap, all of the above. I had some of my colleagues urging me not to retire and resign because I had said that I wanted to not contest the next election. And then, of course, all those events, and I made it clear on the day I resigned, I just couldn't do it anymore. Emotionally and mentally, and couldn't do it anymore. And with all the events that I was confronted with.
So I might just ask the Secretariat to give you a document. I might circulate that. So I'll just get you to look at that, and there's a copy for the Secretary. So this is your outline of evidence in your court case.
Yep.
You can see there, I've given you the full copy. I'm just tabling the first and last pages. I might ask you to turn to the last page of that, and can you just read out the highlighted?
Yep. I have therefore made a decision to retire from politics. I do not want to face another election.
And what's the date on that, down the bottom?
The 24th of September.
This is the 24th of September. This is your submission of evidence to the court case. You've sworn this is your view. This is before the Cabinet meeting, before the 27th, a week before you say you made this decision. But this is what you've told the court in your defamation case.
Correct.
I have therefore made a decision to retire from politics.
Yeah, at some point. And as I said earlier, my initial timeline was I was going to retire on budget week, but unfortunately Delta struck and I was put into isolation.
So doesn't that mean you're sitting in the Cabinet meeting as the key proponent, the key advocate for this measure to change this to ministerial appointments? You know, you've put in your court statement, you are resigning from politics.
At some point in the term. It says I won't face the next election.
Your colleagues in the Cabinet
I won't face the next election.
Do they?
No, that I wouldn't be facing.
Did you tell them in that Cabinet meeting?
No, I'm sorry, but I've answered the question that, and it's clear here that I therefore made a decision to retire from politics. I do not want to face another election. So I made that absolutely clear today that my intention in June was to retire, but I couldn't. Then I was stuck in the role and doing the work, and who knows when that would have happened. It could have been on the eve of pre-selection.
Sitting in that Cabinet meeting, you know you're going to retire. You stated clearly
in the future.
Others don't.
In the future.
But you hadn't made that clear to your colleagues as was sitting.
I'm clarifying to you that this statement is that at some point before the next election, I would retire. That's what I'm saying.
And I'm putting to you that these two statements, one you've made to the inquiry, that you made that decision on Saturday the 2nd of October, and this statement that you made on the 24th of September, cannot both be true.
They're both true. They're both true. Because, as I said, if the events of October 1 didn't occur, I most likely would have still been in the role for months, even now, who knows, until it was the right time to retire. You're trying to say, and what you're suggesting here is that I knew I was going to retire, therefore I was creating this job for myself. I know where you're going with this, and that is absolute rubbish, which I refute. I completely refute. This evidence does not actually back that, does not back that at all, because all it says is I will not face another election. I think that was quite clear.
Well, perhaps your colleagues might have wanted to know. That's important context as you
not at all
advocate to change these roles to ministerial appointments.
Not at all, because when you say it like that, what you're trying to say is that I was advocating to change these roles to benefit me. No, I was changing these roles based on leadership meetings, based on the request of some MPs and ministers, based on the aspiration of the government through Global New South Wales, a document created by Treasury. I'm entitled to answer. I'm entitled to answer the question. So
your colleagues might have wanted to know this.
No, because there was nothing to know. There was nothing to know. Actually, my colleagues publicly knew. A lot of my colleagues.
You were going to resign. Point of order, might have appreciated. But
actually, it was quite public. It was quite public that a lot of my colleagues knew that I was not facing the next election.
Mr. Barilaro,
it was very public.
I've just Mr. Poulos. I've just a point of order has been taken just in terms of allowing the witness a little bit of time to answer the questions.
Look, I know there's a lot of
members
TV
in order.
Here. I know that Mr. John
Mr.
Graham
Fang, I know what you were going to say, and I have just asked the member to allow the witness a little bit more time to respond to the questions.
Thank you, Chair. It was very public that I was at some point going to retire. I actually never hid that. I said it quite frequently in the press that I was struggling with the role. And as I said, it was very possible I could have even left back when I took leave. And the reason why I didn't choose to do that, because that's not what I wanted to be remembered for. I didn't want to be remembered for leaving on mental health grounds. So I worked damn bloody hard to get myself back together with a lot of psychiatric and psychology work. I dealt with some demons, and I actually think it did a bloody wonderful job as a member of the crisis committee and rebuilding the roadmap.
And I accept some of that.
And it's irrelevant and it was quite public that at some point I would leave, and it would have been to no surprise of any member of the cabinet.
Let him answer, John.
Any member of the cabinet that I wasn't hanging around for 2023.
I have therefore made a decision to retire from politics. That's what you've written here.
Well, I've said
Mr.
to you,
Barrow,
I've said to you that in June I made a decision I was going to retire. I've already confirmed that in June I was considering.
I'll take a point of order, Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Mookie's taking a point of order.
I understand that the usual practice is that there's question followed by answer. You were right to perhaps call my colleague, but maybe my colleague should be now allowed to ask the question, and perhaps the witness might wish to just allow the question to be asked and then he can respond.
Yes, fair call. That is the way that we should be doing things, so that the member should be able to also ask the question without interruption. So let's proceed there. Order, Mr. Fang. Let's just go with that. That the member can ask the question without being interrupted, and the witness can also respond without being interrupted. That would be wonderful.
The tone was set quite a...
It's fine.
Mr.
Fang,
Graham set the tone of this, and I think
do you want to... Yep,
Yeah,
Mr.
no,
Borzak.
is Mr. Fang dissenting from the ruling?
No, I'm just making the point, Deputy Chair, that...
Point of order?
Yes.
Then we've
Are you
ruled.
taking a point
Sorry,
of order or
Mr. Fang.
dissenting?
I have said that both the member and witness, if they could just allow each other to speak a little bit without interrupting, that would help proceedings greatly. Not to mention our poor Hansard reporters who really struggle when two people speak over each other. So, Mr. Graham, will go with you. At this stage, the crossbench don't have any questions, so you've got the next 20 minutes.
Mr. Barilaro, this document is dated the 24th of September 2021. When did you sign it, or when did you authorise it to be issued?
It would have been on that day.
On that day.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a question over whether it was delivered on that day or otherwise to the 1st of October.
I can't answer that.
You can't shed any light on that?
No, I can't answer that. But as I indicated earlier, I even made a decision back in June. What I was enduring with the online abuse, the trolling, the issues that, of course, at the heart of my defamation case, I decided at that point I could not face the next election, and therefore I would resign or retire at some point. And that never left me. But I couldn't do it in June, and there was no plan initially to do it in October, but an opportunity arose because of the events of 1 October with the resignation of the Premier of New South Wales. It gave me an opportunity, and some have criticised me that I left that role when we needed stability, but it gave me the opportunity for a refresh of the government, and that is why, after conversations with some personal friends and, of course, Minister Stokes and others, I made a decision to go
accept
there.
that some of your colleagues around that cabinet table, as these roles changed, would not have known that you had made a decision
No,
to retire?
I disagree. I think a lot of my colleagues knew, because I was quite public throughout my term, that I was not facing the next election. I think that was obvious. Secondly, it is irrelevant to that debate, because this wasn't about a cabinet submission for me.
Mr. Barilaro, I just only have a few follow-up questions arising from the two lines of questioning that my colleague just asked you about.
Yes.
First, just in respect to this particular statement that I think we've established you provided the court, was it the Supreme Court, New South Wales Supreme Court?
Federal Court.
Federal Court, on the 24th September 2021. I think my colleague took you to the first two sentences, which you read out. But the third sentence does say this, and to be fair, it supports what you just said. Although I have previously contemplated resigning, the respondent's conduct has played an instrumental role in my decision. That's abundantly clear to all. But when you read the first in conjunction with the second, an ordinary reader may well conclude that at that point on the 24th of September 2021, you reached a point of definite decision as opposed to future decision. Now, I'm going to ask you to respond, because to be fair to you, Mr. Barilaro, you've told us just then that you said, I have therefore made a decision to retire from politics at some point, is what you said to us. But to be fair, that's not what you said here. It says,
what I've said
no, you said, I have therefore made a decision to retire from politics, not at some point. And
I do not want to face another election.
Yeah, I accept that. I do accept that, Mr. Barilaro. What I'm asking you to respond to is that you make the point that you've previously contemplated resigning, and the respondent's conduct made the instrumental role.
Absolutely.
And that's not clearly, that's abundantly clear to all that that's what's happened. But the issue is again, shouldn't you have not perhaps said or clarified this to the court? Because otherwise you are leaving the impression that what you've told us today is at least more complete an answer than you provided the court on 24 September 2021.
Not at all. This is reflective of the time and how I was feeling and how I felt. And this is absolutely in line with what I said in the court. Today I've been able to give you a fuller answer in relation, and an honest answer, that I even said that the pressures that I was going through, the struggles and the attacks, and you are aware, because it's quite public, it wasn't just online. There was threats when I used to go to a local pub, etc. So the reality here is that I originally wanted to leave in June, but because of Delta, that didn't occur. That didn't take away that I made a decision I would not face the next election. Now, you want to get caught up on the words? I'm giving you today exactly what went through my head at that time, and it's in line with what I said on the day that I retired.
Barilaro, the other point you made in respect to the questioning asked by my colleagues, you said that you brought the submission after you were requested to do so by ministers and MPs?
Not requested, but as I said...
What was the word you used?
Well, no, I said that in discussions with MPs and ministers, they raised the issue around the escalation, and then at a leadership meeting, which includes the Premier, the Treasurer and myself, I raised the issue and therefore concluded from that meeting that I would bring a cabinet submission.
We'll get back to that, rest assured. But you did make the point that you had the support of the full cabinet bar one.
Yep, on the day, yes.
Who was the one?
That's a cabinet decision, and I don't think I'm bound not to.
Fair enough, but you're telling me that the entirety of the cabinet, with the exception of one member, supported your submission to turn these into ministerial appointments?
Yeah, well, what I will say this is cabinets don't vote on anything. People speak for and against. It was actually quite a vocal debate in support of, but one minister had reservations about why we would do it, but it didn't mean he didn't vote for it, because we don't vote, and therefore the cabinet...
Solidarity.
Sorry?
Cabinet solidarity.
That's right, and therefore the decision of the cabinet stands that it was supported.
Mr. Barilaro, you had publicly said on quite a few occasions that you were considering not running. You said when you initially stood, you said you were only going to stand for 2 terms.
Yep.
You know, this is something that you kind of discussed publicly a lot, is it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You're aware of it because you were the duty manager down in the Monero. So
your colleagues may have been aware of this kind of general discussion in the media that you were you'd been toing and froing a bit. Like you say, you'd made a decision or you thought you'd made a decision in June, but you'd come back from that decision. Is that correct?
Look, there is no question in my mind that my colleagues, Ministerial and MPs in this government, in the coalition government, were aware post my break that I was leaving. I think I could hand on heart say that for many of them, they knew I was not facing 2023.
Yeah, but that's a very different... That's a very different thing, though. General discussions about when you're going to leave, as opposed to putting your name on a signed court document that says, I have therefore made a decision to retire from politics.
But I have.
The implication from this, from anyone's reading of this, Mr. Barilaro, you would understand is that it was imminent. Would you appreciate that?
It wasn't imminent. You want to assume that, and that's the suggestion and the accusation you're trying to make because it works for your timeline. But no, because it was clear that it said, and you keep pulling away from this part, I do not want to face the next election. The next election is in March 2023. So that gives you a very big window. At some point in that timeline, I would retire from politics.
But you didn't include that in your statement. Why didn't you include that, Mr. Barilaro?
Because I didn't need to, because this captured exactly what I felt and what I believed in and why I resigned. And the events of October 1 galvanised, at that point, an opportunity for me to resign.
But do you understand, Mr. Barilaro, that you might be arguing the semantics? We've got a signed...
You're the one who actually stuck in the semantics.
We've got a signed statement here from you submitted to a court. It's a very serious document that says, I have therefore made a decision to retire from politics.
Before the next election. Can you read the whole statement?
I do not want to face another election, although I've previously contemplated the respondent's conduct has played an instrumental role in my decision.
Absolutely.
The implication from that, Mr. Barilaro, is that that is imminent.
No, it's not.
Mr. Barilaro, did you ever convey this new decision to your colleagues as you were discussing to transform the stick appointments to ministerial appointments?
Well, firstly, I refute your statement. I refute the accusation or suggestion you are making in relation to what was behind my statement to the courts, which I stand by. That's the first part. The second part is it is absolutely irrelevant to my colleagues in relation to what I was going to do when and where in relation to retirement on a cabinet submission that was in relation to a broad government policy that I had no intention at that point of applying for or being part of. The accusation you are making is I created a stick role for myself, and therefore I should have informed my colleagues that that I was going to resign at some point in the future, and somehow this job would be for me.
Isn't it up to them to judge whether it's relevant or not? Isn't that really their judgment?
It's not relevant.
I'm just going to seek.
It is not relevant. I've answered the question.
I'm going to seek to ask a clarifying question, if that's okay.
Okay, we'll allow Mr Feng to ask a clarifying question.
Mr Barilaro, what the opposition are asking you about is the seeking to change the appointment from public service to ministerial. Were you appointed under a ministerial appointment?
I was not. I went through a public service independent process, and therefore this line of questioning in my mind is firstly, I don't get it. Secondly, but I just want to take Mr Graham's comment. No, I do not believe it was relevant at all to the debate of a government policy in relation to a number of appointments because of the aspiration of the government had changed.
So this wasn't a ministerial appointment that was the substance of the cabinet submission that went to the cabinet?
No, absolutely not. I went through a public service process.
But Mr Barilaro, you said earlier before lunch that it was your colleagues that were influencing you to make that change.
No, my colleagues raised with me their experience abroad when they travelled. My colleagues were raising with me the opportunity to elevate the status of these appointments.
So strategically then you didn't inform them, you didn't respond to it, the fact that you had actually put a statement on at court which actually says that you had planned to, and you did. It has brought you to resign.
That's dated 3 days before.
And thank you. And Mr Borzak, I absolutely have a statement that says that I was going to retire, but the statement doesn't say that I was applying for a stick role. The statement doesn't say that I'll be applying for a trade role. So you've got to separate the two. You're coming to a conclusion with no evidence at all, and you're making an accusation, and I'm refuting that accusation. As to my opening statement, I refute the accusation.
All I'm doing is drawing your attention to a series of events that chronologically seem to demonstrate a process that you were moving through.
No, absolutely not. To give credit to what you've just said, I must have been the only man in the world that would have known that Gladys Berejiklian was retiring or resigning on the 1st of October. The events of 1 October changed everything in relation to when I would decide to go or not, what the timeline for going. And that I've made absolutely clear today. I made absolutely clear today, and being absolutely upfront and honest, that in June, in budget week, I was considering of retiring that week because of the pressures of what I've endured. So nothing has changed. The unfortunate timeline of events, a series of coincidences, and unfortunately, the resignation of the Premier on the Friday the 1st makes it all look like that, but that's just either bad timing or coincidence.
It's a series of events as you described, starting from the fact...
An unfortunate series of events.
The unfortunate series of events is this, is it not, Mr Barilaro? On the 16th of September or thereabouts, you lodge a cabinet submission to convert them into ministerial appointments. On the 24th of September, you've declared to a court that you're intending to resign. On the 27th of September, the Cabinet agrees with your submission. On 1 October, the Premier resigns. On the 4th of October, you resign. Equally, it does look like that Cabinet submission was being put forward urgently because you knew that at some point Ms Berejiklian was likely to have to resign because, as you've already admitted, you have been a witness in the ICAC proceeding. It does look like you fast-tracked that Cabinet submission in order to be in a position that the job was vacant at the time when you could therefore thereafter apply to it. That is what it looks like.
Is that the accusation you are making?
I'm not making any accusation, Mr Barilaro, but I'm just saying if you take the events, you've lodged a submission on the 16th, it's proposed and passed within 10 days.
Yes.
3 days prior...
By full cabinet.
Yeah, indeed. 3 days prior, you've told a court you're intending to resign.
Before the next election?
But if we had to believe your version of events, Mr Barilaro, we have to basically conclude that you're one of the luckiest men in New South Wales politics.
Well, no, actually the unluckiest man in New South Wales politics, I'd argue, because of those series of events. I had no idea what was going to occur on the 1st of October. The Cabinet submission was business as usual. It was something that was being considered. Leadership supported it. A full cabinet of, at the time, I don't know, 22, 23 members dealt with it. I tell you what, I must be the powerful man in New South Wales if I can convince a whole cabinet to approve something that they weren't supportive of. This had the full support and the government's intent in relation to elevating the status of these roles. The unfortunate events are the dates of 1 October and what occurred after that, and I chose to retire at that point.
Did you give evidence to the ICAC on September 10?
Look, I don't recall.
I think the records that's been disclosed by ICAC show that you did.
I don't recall. I don't have that information in front of me.
That's okay.
It was around that.
But it was around that day.
You'd accept that.
So just to be clear here, you're giving evidence in private to the ICAC, were you not?
As a witness.
Indeed, of course. And there's no, but be very clear, Mr. Barrow, we do respect the fact that you were following the ICAC and you followed, and there were certainly no implications for you.
Thank you.
Just to be very clear. But you're called to a private hearing with the ICAC around the 10th of September, correct?
I don't know the dates, sorry.
Okay. Well, equally, by the 16th of September, a submission is lodged. I mean, any reasonable person who's a Deputy Premier of New South Wales, who's called into an ICAC hearing to give evidence about the Premier of New South Wales, would conclude that perhaps the ICAC was interested in the conduct of the Premier. Is that fair?
No, that's actually unfair.
Sorry, but you're saying it's unfair to be called
you
from
have
the private.
put that forward. Can I answer? You've asked me a question.
Sorry, but Mr. Barrow, just let me finish the question.
We did.
But you're saying to me that the Deputy Premier of New South Wales, who's called to a private examination by the ICAC around the 10th of September to give evidence about the conduct of the Premier, wouldn't have concluded that perhaps the Premier was facing an ICAC inquiry?
Firstly, I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say or what I'm not allowed to say about the process involving ICAC. But I'll put to you, do you believe that date that you've just pointed, the 10th of September, a interview with the ICAC, was it the only time? Do you not believe the ICAC does an investigation over months?
Mr. Barilaro,
over months?
You've said
over months.
You've put the statement, it's even stronger than my colleagues just put to you. You've said you had no idea.
Absolutely no idea.
Of 1 October.
That she was going to resign on 1 October. Absolutely. Did you know?
No idea. Having given the events that have just been outlined.
Mr. Barilaro, I'm not suggesting for a second that you had the foresight to predict the exact date or time of Ms Berejiklian's resignation. But what I'm more interested in is that you're giving evidence to the ICAC on the 10th or thereabouts of September, and then 6 days later, a submission goes to Cabinet that is treated as urgent.
In record time.
That's proposed and passed in record speed, 7 working days, as my colleague passed. In the interim, on the 24th, you've told a court you're intending to retire. Granted, you say before the election. But are you honestly telling me that the urgency around the Cabinet submission wasn't at all related to the fact that you anticipated that at some point in the future Ms Berejiklian would have to resign?
Well, I will absolutely refute that disgusting slur and accusation.
Which part of it's disgusting?
No, it is.
Which part of it?
You're making me out to be corrupt.
No,
I'm allowed to answer the question.
I'm not making you out to be corrupt. I'm asking you about the motive.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Let's just,
There's
Mr
been a very
Barilaro was responding to the question, so just allow him to continue, and then Mr.
An
Borsak,
ICAC
you've got a
interview
question
takes
already.
months and months, and as we know, it was almost a year. And there was no timeline of when they may or may not have acted. Let's be honest here, that we were sure of. The unfortunate timeline of 1 October happened to come because of the Premier's resignation. My decision for lodging a Cabinet submission, as I said previously, came from the support of the Premier, support of the Treasurer and the support of colleagues, and it was debated. The timeline, etc., coincidental, but I completely refute any allegation, accusation that somehow I fast-tracked a Cabinet submission in relation to a trade role so that I could apply for it. I refute it completely.
I'll take I'm going to ask a clarifying
order.
question again, if that's okay.
Order. Mr. Borsak actually has a question now.
Can I just ask a clarifying question on that point?
No.
Mr.
not
Borsak
before
is
I ask
also
mine.
on the point, so you can go after Mr. Borsak, Mr. Fang.
Just getting back to the timeline of getting that submission fast-tracked. You said earlier in evidence that You didn't know why that happened. It was just fortuitous. Is that still your evidence?
Firstly, it was never asked to be fast-tracked. So, as I recall, it was ASAP, as soon as possible.
Well, sorry, ASAP is not the same as fast-tracked.
There is a
You're
big
quibbling,
difference.
Mr.
You asked a question I'm answering. There's a big
Stop
difference between as soon as
interrupting, Robert.
possible or fast-tracked or urgent. And I said early in this hearing, I was pleasantly surprised how quickly the agency was able to put together a cabinet submission. But that is as far as it goes. I was pleasantly surprised.
You weren't pleasantly surprised that it was put together quickly, but you weren't pleasantly surprised that it actually got to Cabinet and was approved quickly.
It got to
Or were
Cabinet.
you?
And the Premier's office signs off on anything going on Cabinet, and I've had many a time where I have not been able to get Cabinet items on the Cabinet agenda. It was fortuitous that this got onto the Cabinet agenda, especially in that, if you put into context, that this had the support of the Premier and the Treasurer, and therefore the office put it on the agenda. It may have been a light agenda, and therefore that's why it got on sooner rather than later. Again, I don't get an opportunity to pick those dates. We put forward submissions, and it was fortuitous that it got on.
So you are the luckiest person.
Mate, if you've lived the hell that I've lived over the last 6-7 weeks, then I'm the unluckiest.
Yeah, but
We'll come back to
That's
the
an unfair
crossbench for
statement.
questions. Mr. Vane, do you still have?
Thank you. Mr. Barilaro, the opposition did call you the luckiest man in politics earlier.
Call him. I asked him whether he was.
Okay, I take the point from the Honourable Daniel Mookie. They asked if you were the luckiest man in politics earlier, but in relation to the role, you said that it was whether it had been set up so you could apply for the job. What in effect the Cabinet submission did was appoint the Cabinet and the ministers to be able to appoint those roles. So you wouldn't have ever had to have applied at all. But you did have to apply, is that correct?
I applied through an independent public service process.
Because
There's nothing lucky about that. It's hard work.
No, but the ministerial appointment that they're accusing you of having put in place so that you could get the job wasn't in place, and that's not how you attract
That is correct.
the job.
Mr. Fang, that is correct. If I was sitting here today, because my appointment was made under a statutory appointment, being Cabinet or ministerial appointment, and then the accusation that has been levelled at me that I prepared that submission deliberately to open up such an opportunity for myself. You know, you talk about perception, maybe there would be greater perception, but the reality here is that's not the process I went through. I went through as Joe Citizen, as a public citizen, through an independent public service process with an independent panel, with an external recruiter, and along that journey, I did interviews, got the checks done, and I was offered a job. That's it. That's what's occurred. Regardless what others may try to put to this hearing, that somehow I manipulated a process to achieve this outcome. It's complete opposite.
So how's that jobs for the boys then?
Well, it's not jobs for the boys. I mean,
Yeah, but-
at the start of this hearing, at the start of this hearing, the accusation that was being made was this was a captain's pick, as I recall in the media, by Dominic Perrottet, when it was, and that the Cabinet. I remember the accusation was that Cabinet didn't sign off on it, and therefore it was a Premier's pick. And when that was clear that that wasn't the process was a public service process, then the narrative changed. This was not a jobs for the boys. This was not a captain's pick. I went through an independent process and was picked by the panel and offered a job.
Okay, we'll just go to some questions from the crossbench for a little bit. So, Mr. Barilaro, so at the time of Gladys Berejiklian resigning, was it a condition of you going quietly from the Deputy Premier role to be offered this New York Trade Commissioner role?
Not at all. And thank you, Chair, for the question, because it gives me a chance again to reaffirm that Premier Perrottet was trying to convince me to stay and thought I'd stay. And it was conversations with others who normally, and I've said Minister Stokes and Minister Constance at the time, that I made a decision to go. And I was not asked or enticed or offered. I can refute that completely.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Ayres as he became Trade and Investment Commissioner when you were stepping down about these positions?
No. No.
No conversation at all with Mr Ayres about these positions?
When I stepped down, no. I made it clear earlier that I reached out to Mr Ayres in early December about what the process was or about the roles, and he flicked me the stick advertisement later that month.
So who told you that you had the role when you were finally offered the role? Who told you that?
23rd of May.
Who communicated to you that you had the role?
In a text message, because she sent me a message saying, "You're not sure if you know, this is Kylie Bell. Congratulations on the appointment. Can we organise a Teams meeting or a catch-up?"
So you said earlier that you didn't really know at the time when you were applying for the role whether it was still being a public service appointment or a ministerial appointment. Is that correct? Or
leading into once I saw the advertisement, I knew exactly what the role was. It was a public service advertised role.
Okay, even though I think we've heard evidence that was all still kind of quite confused, and there seemed to be no official communication within the department or from the minister that it was no longer a ministerial appointment.
Well, that was referring to leading into that advertisement. Once the advertisement was publicised, and then I received the candidate package in January, it was clear what the process was.
So you said earlier as well, I think in your opening statement maybe, that you undertook, in terms of the thorough kind of recruitment process, that you undertook psychometric testing as well. Yep. Is that correct? Did you undertake?
Well, whatever they call it today, I called it psychometric, but it's whatever.
Right, psychometric.
They have another term for it probably.
It wasn't because there's an email here that suggests that it wasn't psychometric testing. It was because of the exemption of the Section 10A and the exemption in terms of trade roles, that psychometric testing, because it's exempt from this type of merit selection according to this email, and that you were just asked to complete a personality questionnaire.
Well, I count that the same way.
So it wasn't the...
Well, that's why I said I referred it to as a psychometric testing, but if it's personality or whatever you want to call it, but I did those additional tests, yes.
Were you aware when you were being interviewed whether they were assessing you against various capabilities? Were you kind of conscious as you were going through that it wasn't the standard public service capability assessment framework that was being used, if you like, and that was exempt, or...
I never applied for a public service job. I've never been a public servant, unless you want to call a member of parliament serving the public. I wouldn't know what to compare it against to. All I know, I went to an independent panel where a series of questions were put to me, allowed me to answer. And there was a scribe in the room. They were taking notes of those answers. What happens after that is a question for the panel.
Do you think that can you see why the public is suspicious about this whole process? Can you see why, when you have had the situation in September, when you were getting that ministerial appointment cabinet submission rushed through, when Jenny West was basically told she didn't have the job, when you stood down a couple of days after Gladys Berejiklian resigned and then applied for this position? Can you understand how it looks to the public?
Ms. Furman, I absolutely understand. That is why I'm here today, voluntarily, to explain the process, which I've done this morning and this afternoon, that it was a public service independent process. Just because you're a former member of parliament, it doesn't exclude you. You're entitled to go in that. Do you have any concerns when you heard about the Public Service Commissioner, for example, on Friday afternoon, saying that she wouldn't have endorsed the selection panel report if she knew then what she knows now, which suggests it wasn't as independent as you're saying it is? I would like to answer that.
Oh, okay.
Because the reality is, but I didn't know any of that either. So just like the Public Service Commissioner, I didn't know there were those intersections, if that's the word that was being used. I went into an independent process that a panel assessed me and offered me a job. And now in hindsight today, Friday, over the course of the hearing, when other evidence has come about, but that's not on me. All I did was apply for a job.
But somebody may have been doing your bidding behind closed doors, and why was that?
Well, that is a question for that individual, if you can find the evidence of who that individual is. But I'm absolutely saying that I had no role in seeking any favour or special treatment in the process. It's just impossible. It's an independent public service process.
Yes, but I put to you then that the person that was doing your bidding was Minister Ayres.
But if that was the case, was without my knowledge. I don't believe he was doing my bidding. Listening to the evidence of last week, he was sought advice on a number of occasions and he gave that advice, is how I interpreted last week's evidence. As I said earlier, due process must be followed now and allow the next review or inquiry or whatever that the Premier's announced in relation if he was in breach of the Ministerial Code. But again, you're asking me to comment on something that I was not aware of. What I was aware of is I applied for a job, I went through a process, I was offered a job. Now it looks muddy and messy. Yeah, absolutely. I can understand the perception and understand what's occurred in the public. I'm not silly. I understand that. And I said that earlier, that I regret that I took the job. Maybe I should have gone with gut feel at some point and said, you know, the politics doesn't stack up. You know, that you know, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. But that wasn't the case. I accepted the job because I genuinely believed the process was fair and right, and that would give me the cover or the tools when the political attack was always going to come, because it was always going to come. I'm not silly about that. But I was confident that the process was so clean, so independent, that my selection could be easily, anyone could stand against the selection. And today I sit here today going, and I used words earlier today, and disappointed that it hasn't been as clean as it should have been. And I'm the victim out of that. I'm not the perpetrator.
But it also...
You use the word cover. How is it cover? If what you're doing is 100% right.
No, what I'm saying is I did everything right, and you know, Mr. Borzak, that my appointment was always going to be attacked from a political level, yes or no? And the reality is yes. But I would be able to point to an independent process, which I am pointing to, through the public service, that my appointment was done fair, square, honestly and clean. That's the cover I'm talking about.
But isn't the true chronology of all of this, and I'll put it to you this way, that you sought to create a position that the government could appoint you to that position?
No, not at all.
After you left, the government realised, well, especially with Mr Ayres as a minister, well, if we have to put legislation through, this legislation isn't going to get through. It might get through the lower house, but it certainly wouldn't get through the upper house because it's got whiskers all over it. You've admitted that.
Yeah.
Okay, you're then gone. You then find out that this position's now going to proceed on the old basis, in other words, as an appointment.
Yeah.
You then ring Mr Ayres and you ask for a copy of the advertisement. Is that all you said?
I asked what the process would be, and then he sent me the advertisement.
And then he sent you the advertisement, and then you applied.
Correct.
After that. And after that, you had no interaction, you had no discussion. You did not know that Mr Ayres was potentially doing your bidding
Absolutely not.
Behind your
Correct.
back.
Correct, Mr Borzak. Correct.
Okay.
And after all of the work that has happened and the rushed cabinet submission process to make the positions, the roles, ministerial appointments, it suddenly becomes very convenient for you, doesn't it, that Minister Ayres doesn't act to make it a ministerial appointment, and suddenly it's a statutory appointment, and he is the one who's saying you as Trade Minister would be very good in this role and was a informal referee for you. It is suddenly very good for you that he doesn't do that, isn't it?
Furman, I'd argue the opposite. If they continued on with the ministerial appointment, the statutory appointments. And I agree with Mr Borzak's comment, this still had to go through the Parliament. There was no guarantee. I recall even in the Cabinet submission and the debate in Cabinet, the issue was, could this actually get through Parliament? But that should not stop the government of the day trying to put up legislation or bills that have to be debated. Actually, if it came to Parliament, you could have debated it and we could have turned it into even better than what it is today. But the appointment, it didn't benefit me that it became a public service appointment, because what you're saying is somehow I would have been able to influence then the minister to influence apolitical public servants, not one, not two, not three, not four, but half a dozen and an external recruiter. I mean, that's ludicrous. Absolutely not. I applied for a job fair and square, and went through a process and was offered a job. That's what I did.
Sure, but the evidence that is coming out is that you're saying that you applied through the public service appointment process, the independent process, but of course the evidence seems to be emerging that there, in fact, was potentially at least somebody that was equal weighting with you in the second selection round, a very high, another highly qualified female candidate that was, part of the selection process. We've heard that the Public Service Commissioner again suggested that the whole process potentially should be up in the air because she would not have endorsed the report. So you just said 5 or 6, but it wasn't 5 or 6, was it, Mr. Barilaro? It was Ms. Brown, it was potentially Ms. Bell, it wasn't the rest of the panel. They didn't have anything to do with offering you that job or deciding that you were the successful candidate.
No, actually, I refute that. The panel signed off on the report, as I have understood from this hearing, that put me forward as the preferred candidate.
After you were offered the contract, did you, you've caught up with the news over the weekend?
I was offered a job. I was offered the job.
I know, but you are sitting here just wanting to you're saying how independent
I can't answer questions of what the panel may or may have not done, when the decision was to make an offer to me when I was successful in this role. I have absolutely, there is no evidence, and you point to evidence, there is no evidence in this hearing that points to me that I did sought, pressure public servants in any way. None. There has been zero. If anything, you have heard from apolitical public servants. Apolitical public servants.
What are you accusing him of?
You have heard from public servants who have said that I was capable and a credible candidate, that I would be good at the job. So those public servants were part of the panel. They're the ones who offered me the job. What did I do wrong? I got offered a job. I accepted the job.
You did, and just to check, and this is my last question before I throw to the opposition, but you did see and you have heard that your preferred, one of your informal referees, which is the Minister Ayres, one of course, the reason that all of this is, the head review, which of course hasn't reported yet, but also the Public Service Commissioner. The key things around it was the level of involvement that the Minister had with Ms. Brown and the process. So maybe you're sitting here saying you didn't do anything wrong, but somebody potentially was doing your bidding, and that is what also doesn't pass the pub test. Possibly it wasn't as independent as you're saying it was, Mr. Barilaro. Don't you agree?
But I can't tell you what occurred behind closed doors because I wasn't involved in it. I can only tell you what I did. And listening to the evidence of last week from Ms. Amy Brown and Kylie Bell and the Public Service Commissioner and understanding what the Premier said in relation to Minister Ayres' resignation. There's been a whole series of intersections, but I also saw the evidence of the hearing last week where Ms. Amy Brown said that she sought the advice of the Minister in a way on many of those occasions. So does that look like someone was doing the bidding for me? Well, I'll tell you what, if someone was doing the bidding for me, I wasn't aware of it, and I would never think that Minister Ayres would be able to do the bidding for me.
Okay, we'll go to questions from the opposition now. Ms. Penny-Sharp.
I've just got a short number of questions on this issue. Mr. Barilaro, previously you talked about how frequently you were dealing with Amy Brown, and I think your evidence this morning was that probably in the tenure of you as the Minister and her as being a direct report to you, you spoke to her on maybe 2 occasions.
That's what, but it could be a few more, but a couple, yeah.
So a Teams meeting and
I don't know.
And did you have text contact with her?
I would have on occasion. I'm not sure on what in particular, but on occasion.
But you would have texted each other sometimes?
Yes, possibly.
And did you talk to each other on the phone very much?
Very little.
Did you ever ask Ms. Brown to recruit or / hire someone out of your office into the department?
Yes, I did contact Ms. Brown in relation to a job vacancy in her office that was through a recruitment agency on behalf of one of my advisors, yes.
Can you, what was the position, sorry?
It was a media role.
And who was the person in your office?
I'm not sure if I should, but it was a media advisor.
Was it your senior media advisor?
Senior media advisor.
And it was the advisor who ended up going into that role, is that correct?
Yeah, as a contractor, yes.
Okay.
So when did that happen?
Oh, look, I can't recall exactly.
And did that happen prior, at the time that the job was publicly advertised?
That's a question for for the agency.
Well, sorry, it's a question for you because you made the call, but did you know at that time that there was a public advertisement?
No, I was asked by my immediate advisor, or was told by my immediate advisor, that she was applying for a job in the trade, in the trade space.
And that was at the point, and then prior to, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So she was applying for a job in trade in the department, and would I be a referee? And I chose to reach out to find out about that job. But I wasn't aware if it was advertised, what the actual job details. All I know was it was a media advisor.
How was she aware of the job?
I don't know. That's a question for others.
Mr. Barilaro, sorry, there's a bit of a discrepancy between what you said to Ms Sharp in first instance and what you just said. Ms Sharp asked you whether or not you contacted her and asked her to hire a senior media advisor.
No,
Sorry, just what Ms Sharp asked. What you said was you then did pick up the phone and ask Ms Brown to effectively, you said yes to that question.
No, sorry.
So, you called up Ms Brown in the midst of a public sector recruitment process for a media advisor position in her office, and you either provided her a reference or asked her to hire her. Is that correct?
No, I didn't ask her to hire her. I put forward...
you nominated her?
Sorry?
You nominated her?
No, I put forward her credentials and why she would be a good candidate.
And this is occurring in the pattern in a relationship... Sorry, this is occurring in a circumstance where your contact with Ms Brown is relatively rare and infrequent, for good reasons, to be fair to you. That's correct?
Yes.
So, were you intending to place pressure on Ms Brown to make that decision?
Not at all. I mean, I often would go into bat for any of my former staffers that were looking for jobs in or out of government.
This was a current staffer, though, just to be clear.
Yeah, and there were plenty of current staffers at the time that were moving, that I would ring for other ministers that were looking for staff. If they were keen to change their role, if the circumstances working in my office weren't suited to them, I'd do that. Yeah.
But do you understand, again, from the perspective of the person who's in receipt of that call, who is your direct report, who hears from you infrequently, that for you to call them up and highlight a person's credentials may well be seen as the application of pressure?
No, not at all. Look, again, I put someone forward, and what I realised post that was actually she wasn't hired by the department. It was actually an agency. She was a contractor on a short-term contract. It wasn't actually direct hire.
We might come back to this, department. Can I just ask that tender bundle 003 be applied to the witness? And can I also ask that we actually now, to be fair to Mr Barilaro, provide him with a copy of the brief that he signed electronically as well? Forgive me, Mr Barilaro, I didn't have a chance to put this into that
Great,
bundle.
thank you.
Can I also just ask, please, that we provide this one? Oh, you've got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr Barilaro, I might just start with the brief, which I'm hoping someone has provided you. You've got the brief?
Yes, I do.
Can you mind, this is a brief that was received by your office on the 6th of August, just for way of context to you, Mr Barilaro, I wouldn't have expected you to know that. But we have established that this was sent to your advisor, Mr Brayford, on the 6th of August.
Yep.
You can see that it's briefing for the Deputy Premier appointment of Senior Trade Investment Commissioner. Do you mind just reading the highlighted section in the first box?
Deputy Premier is now invited to endorse the preferred candidate prior to submission to Cabinet.
Yep. Can you also now read the second highlighted section?
Invite the Deputy Premier to endorse a preferred candidate for the Americas.
Can you read the first sentence of the third dot point?
The third sentence?
The first sentence of the second dot point, forgive me.
The preferred candidate for the Americas is Jenny West, Deputy Secretary Trade and International Group Investment. Yep.
And you can turn over the page if you don't mind.
Yep.
You can see that your electronic signature is applied on the 11th of the 8th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you went to the Cabinet, did you disclose to the Cabinet that Ms West had been appointed? Or, sorry, to be fair to you, did you disclose to the Cabinet that Ms West was the preferred candidate for the Americas as you were advised, or your office was advised, on the 11th of the 8th?
Was this document the same document that went to the Premier, the Treasurer and Minister Resk?
By way of context, it's not the same document, but it's a similar document.
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't, because it would have been not relevant in relation to changing a policy that was broader than the Americas.
So, in your view, the fact that a public service process had been embarked upon, had decided that Ms West was the preferred candidate was immaterial to the Cabinet's decision?
Because it wasn't about the Americas. It was actually about the broader policy, and there were still more appointments to be made.
So?
And neither the Premier, the Treasurer or Minister Ayres raised this issue in Cabinet.
Okay, so just let's unpack that. So at this point we can establish, and to be fair to you, Mr Barilaro, Ms Berejiklian is advised. She signs her note on the 12th. You sign yours on the 11th. Mr Ayres signs his on the 17th, and the Treasurer never signs his. So at least I commend you for being the first to read your brief in this respect, Mr Barilaro. You beat the other three. But no one thought that it was perhaps necessary for the Cabinet to know that Ms West had been chosen for this role.
Well, again, we weren't aware that she was offered a contract. I mean, that's what's come out of this
I'm not asking you whether she was offered a contract.
Well, again, we are the executive of the government of the day. We get to make the policy decisions in relation to the government's agenda, and
but various
this wasn't about Jenny West. I'm sorry to say, but this wasn't about Jenny West or the Americas. This was about a policy position about elevating all the sticks.
But Mr Barilaro, the issue is this.
I actually think some of it was going to be retrospective as well. The sticks that we appointed were going to be elevated.
We might be able to unpack more of that on Friday, but let's just stick with this. The issue is, of course, and whether you knew about this or not, I guess is sort of I'm interested in. And I'm not expecting you to have known about this, but we've established throughout the entire committee process here that the key reason why that contract with Ms West was never finalised was because Cabinet was about to consider a submission to convert them to ministerial appointments.
Can you say that again?
So the issue for Ms West is that the issue for Ms West was that she could not have her contract. Ms Bell, do you need to complete anything on your phone before?
I'm just getting some advice, that's why.
I can pause if you wish.
No, it's okay. I'm listening.
No, I don't want to interrupt.
No, go for it.
Mr Barilaro, the issue is that Ms West couldn't have had her contract finalised because the Cabinet was about to consider a position to convert them into ministerial.
Well, that's what I've understood from the hearing.
So we're in this sort of, again, we're in this remarkable coincidence mode where Ms West's process is interrupted by a pending Cabinet submission, but the Cabinet is never told that Ms West's process had to be interrupted because they were about to consider a change. Do you understand that that may have led to perhaps confusion for the department and perhaps injustice to Ms West?
Yeah, I have said that, you know, there were two processes happening at the same time in parallel. One was an internal process in relation to the appointment of Ms West, and there was another process that the government was looking at, changing the appointment structure or process in relation to this, and that intersection, unfortunate and in a way, has meant that Ms West wasn't appointed or didn't get a chance to sign a contract or offered or get a contract. But I've said that previously today.
So, Mr Barilaro, again, I'm sure it will come no surprise to you that every now and then cabinets leak. And your colleagues have since leaked to various publications that they would have expected to be told that Ms West was a preferred candidate. So we are reading this anonymously, granted, and I'm sure you're not a person who would ever do that. You'd announce your views publicly if you found yourself in that situation. But the problem we have is that various ones of your colleagues, I think I'm up to 2, have complained anonymously that they were never told Ms West was the preferred candidate, and they would have expected certainly you to tell them, and perhaps the Treasurer, and perhaps Minister Ayres, and perhaps Ms Berejiklian, now that it's been established that they've been known. So I want to give you this opportunity to respond to the complaints of your anonymous Cabinet colleagues who say that you should have told them that Ms West was this far down the process, and your decision to bring a Cabinet submission on the 16th for debate on the 27th led to her process having to be terminated.
Well, you made me name my referees, so I should ask you to name those.
Well, bear in mind, if I had the power to compel every one of them to come here and ask, did you leak?
Happy to.
We're very happy to summons them all. But
look, I don't respond to anonymous so-called information and leaks out of Cabinet. What I know is the Cabinet supported it. everyone had an opportunity, Premier Berejiklian or Treasurer Perrottet or Minister Stuart Ayres, all of us had the opportunity to put this forward if we thought this was material. It wasn't material in relation to a decision that was being made, not about the Americas, it was actually being done in relation to all appointments of sticks.
Mr. Barilaro, can we just go back to the appointment of your senior media advisor? Yes. Did you make any declarations to Amy Brown when you were giving her a reference and or pointing to the fact that she wanted a job in Investment New South Wales?
In declarations in what way?
That you were in a personal relationship with that media advisor? I wasn't in a relationship at that time. That's your evidence today?
Absolutely.
And so you didn't feel that you needed to, that you were obviously friends and you'd been working closely together. You didn't believe that you needed to make any declarations around that?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Can we just establish then, Mr. Barilaro, do you have any particular recall as to when this conversation with Ms Brown may have happened?
No, I can't recall.
Okay. I mean, we can establish...
I am just going to take the point of order and, clearly Mr Barilaro is happy to answer these questions, but this is clearly outside the terms of reference, but, by all means...
I wasn't even sure what the question was going to be, actually, so I'll just allow the member to continue asking the question. I'm not sure you'd even formulated it yet.
No.
Yes.
No,
so
correct.
continue.
We were waiting for it too.
This is a step ahead. Just going to invite you, perhaps, Mr Barilaro, on notice ahead of perhaps your return on Friday, if it is possible that you could take some steps to ascertain, search your memory for when you think it's possible that such a phone call would have been made.
On what? Sorry, I'm still confused of what you're asking of me.
First, I apologise, Mr Barilaro, if I've left you confused, but the question that I'm asking you to search your memory for is that when you called Miss Brown and recommended or encouraged or nominated or described the credentials of your senior media advisor for a role in Investment New South Wales, whether it's possible you could perhaps see whether or not you could determine when you made that call.
And I'll take the point of order, Chair, that question's clearly outside the terms of reference and should be ruled out of order.
I will allow the question.
On what grounds?
Well, I don't
if you want me to go to the point of order, we've been talking, this is all firmly within the time frame of what was going on with the office and the discussions that were happening. It's actually completely material when Ms Lugston started that job, what information she was privy to on the way through in relation to this appointment. So we haven't got to that yet today, Mr Fang, but be clear, this is absolutely within order.
It's just muckraking by you guys, and it's absolutely outside the terms of reference. Absolute muckraking.
Just further to the point of order.
We know who muckraking.
You're already having to expand the terms of reference.
Mr Fang, order. Honestly, there are 3 minutes left. I can stop the clock, actually, and I can eat into government's time. Let's do that.
Asking the witness to just search his memory for Friday and to be fair to the witness so we can understand the context of the questions that are likely to arise on Friday. It's because it goes to the question as to how precisely did Mr Barilaro know that a job was coming. And there is evidence we will be introducing on Friday that shows that certainly that particular person was involved in the media releases surrounding the announcement.
Happy to rule the point of order out of order. I'm really not. To allow you to continue to ask the line of questioning that you're going down, because there is in terms of the processes and circumstances surrounding the appointment, which is very broad now in the relationship between yourself and the department. I think the question is in order.
Thank you. Yes, but given the discussion that we've just had, it is important, and I have flagged some of that. When then, if you're saying that there was no declaration required for Ms Lugston when you were making inquiries in August, I believe it was, with Ms Brown, when did the relationship commence?
Well, again, now this is outside of the term of reference in relation to a personal relationship that I had with an individual. I don't see how that is relevant at all.
Can I just... Well,
and a lot's been said publicly about my personal life.
Sure. I know this is uncomfortable, and can I say I'm not particularly thrilled to be having to ask these questions either. But this is very important. No, I'm actually not.
Yeah, I think you are. I think you're relishing in it.
But the question is very important because, as we've said, we've spent a bit of time on this, and we're flagging that we will be spending more time on this next Friday, this coming Friday, which is how you came to know about the job and the information that someone you were in a relationship with who, can I just say and flag with you, in documents clearly was aware about the various processes associated with the advertising and the nature of this position. So this is why it becomes material, and I'm sorry that you don't like me asking it. As I said, I don't particularly like asking it.
I took the point of order, not Mr. Barilaro.
Order. Mr. Fagg, you don't have a point of order right now. Stop running.
I'm explaining to
Don't put it on Mr. Barilaro.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp, for explaining it, but it is an accusation that's being made, and that individual doesn't have a right to defend themselves. Secondly, I was not in a relationship with her while I was the Deputy Premier or a trade minister, so I can make that absolutely clear at any time. She had a short-term contract that finished in December, well before I applied for the job in January.
Mr. Barilaro,
that's not the question that we were asking.
Just so you can appreciate, it's not about your involvement, just to be very clear in that respect. But the issue is that there is evidence in front of us that you were certainly having conversations or flagged the interest with the Premier in November. You had 2 conversations with Minister Ayres as well, one prior to the announcement of the role, the second at the time of the announcement of the role. Obviously, there's an element of interest into whether or not there was any reasonable basis for you to anticipate that the role was forthcoming. And I just want to flag, because we're about to run out of time in precisely 50 seconds. 2 seconds, that we do intend to raise it on Friday, which I think the actual question I was asking you, which I don't think, to be fair to you, you haven't had a chance to respond to, was could you search your memory between now and Friday and perhaps recall or check your records, whatever information is available to you, to see whether or not you can tell us when precisely you called Ms Brown to encourage her.
I'll do my best.
Thank you, Mr. Barilaro.
Okay, we now have the remaining time for government members if they wish to take it.
Mr. Barilaro, we've heard from the opposition today. The first instance was that you sought to have the ministerial appointments brought to Cabinet so that the Cabinet could then appoint you to the Sticks role. We've now heard that you've been privy to a job ad potentially being placed a couple of days earlier that perhaps then it was advertised. If that was the case, then were you successful in being appointed in a ministerial role, and were you privy to was any information being provided to you early about a job advertisement resulting in the fact that you won did it help you to win the job?
Well, look, firstly, as I've said consistently today, I went through a public service appointment, an independent appointment. I applied for a job which was a public service job. There was no assistance in doing so. I was alerted to the job by a text message from Minister Ayres. At the same time, it was being advertised in the public domain. I had flagged, as I said earlier today, to the Premier that I was interested in such a role. I flagged that I even mentioned it to other ministers, and then I applied. I wasn't appointed under a statutory Cabinet appointment process. I was appointed or offered a job through an independent public service process. That's what has occurred, and that is what I've said clearly today.
Thank you. In your opening statement, you addressed a number of the facts that have been, I guess, progressed by this hearing that were incorrect. Are you able to address perhaps some of them in more detail? I know that your former Chief of Staff has obviously made a statement to the committee that was unsworn and not delivered under oath, which made some claims. Are you able to address some of those?
Yeah, I did in my opening statement refer to my Chief of Staff that in his statement he put forward an argument that I had come back from a meeting in relation to the stick role and that I was going to create a job for myself in New York. I just want to lay that out, and I'm happy someone's asked that question eventually, because it is, as I said, not a sworn statement, but it is a statement. We just won a third term, a historic third term, in March of that year. If I recall correctly, that statement was that in April that I came back from a meeting. There are a few things I'm going to talk about here. Firstly, you've just won a historic third term. I think the last thing I'd be doing is talking about my exit, let alone saving what was a great victory with the Premier and what was ahead of us. And you know, what was ahead of us, none of us could have written the book on with all the bushfires, floods and COVID. But also, what I found alarming in that statement was that he referred to April, that I came back from a meeting. Now, I've checked all my records as best as I can, but I'm limited in what I can check, but you can try and work these things out. There was never any meetings in April or May or June, or I don't actually recall a meeting in relation to where Minister Ayres and Treasurer Perrottet attended where we spoke about sticks or where those officers would be, and the evidence on Friday by Kylie Bell clearly defines or answers the question that those decisions were made by Treasury officials or the public servants, and I had no role and no say in relation to what occurred in picking those office locations or where those destinations. The other thing that I will note, we had a very brutal and bruising campaign, and for the month of April, as I recall, I asked Mr Connell as my chief to have a break, and he had a break. So I find that he has not recalled that he was actually not, and I had an acting chief of staff for that period of time when we were negotiating, I think still ministries, we were negotiating staff, we were negotiating a lot of things. So I don't believe his account is correct in relation to that. So I refute, and I did say this at the time because it's the only time that I've gone quite public with evidence, because I had to refute that it was false and fictitious, because there's a series of events there that can clearly demonstrate that he's got the timelines wrong. There were no meetings. He was on a break, more than likely on a break during that period that he's referred to. And that the appointments or the decisions around where the sticks would be, the office locations, etc., were actually made by the public service, and that was already given as evidence by those public servants last week to this hearing.
So just to be clear, your chief of staff at the time was on leave.
I believe so.
Not around. The decisions where the US office was and would be located in the sticks role were not made by you, but a departmental and a role that was based around analysis, which is what Kylie Bell said. Yep. And none of that statement was correct.
Correct.
But it was tabled and given weight by the opposition, and that had a detrimental effect to you and your reputation?
Well, look, people are allowed to put forward what they believe, and I genuinely, if that's what Mr Connell believes occurred, it's up to him to put that statement forward. I'm not here to belittle that, but I can counter what he has written because of what I've just said. The evidence from Ms Kylie Bell, my understanding of no diary appointments, and I mean that these could be easily confirmed if the diaries of the Premier and the Treasurer, sorry, at the time, what would have been the former Premier and the Treasurer or Ministerial, those diaries could be disclosed. I mean, I don't have access to any of this, but I think it'll prove there was no meetings.
You were going to leadership meetings at that point, weren't you, of which all of those people were in the room?
Ministerial wasn't in leadership meetings, no.
No, but Treasurer Perrottet was.
Yeah, but again, I think that statement referred to a meeting of Mr Ayres and Mr Perrottet. That's why I cannot find a single meeting that I can. But like I said, I'm limited in the resources that I have. So I think it was only fair that I was able to refute that statement, and so be it. And yes, it has given weight because the upheaval in the media at that point made it very clear that I created these jobs. I came here today to refute that claim, and I'll continue to refute it.
Well, unless my colleagues have got any other questions, I believe...
I've just got one more.
Mr Poulos.
Absolutely. Yeah. So.
There's no light as well.
No, you just need to have it close to you. Just have to close.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's got to be really close to you.
No, well, I don't want to do anything
No, you've got to do it.
untoward.
So people can hear you on the
Not used to
broadcast.
speaking in the microphone.
Mr Barilaro, just a quick question. There's been some comments about private benefit, Isn't it true that anyone who would have the privilege of serving as a trade commissioner, there is no private benefit? The benefit is to the people of New South Wales.
My goodness.
Well, I mean, people will argue that your salary is a private benefit, but if you look at the role in itself, the stick role for the Americas is quite a significant one. If you look, it wasn't just to put into context with the US, Canada, and South America. Victoria actually has 2 trade commissioners with multiple officers doing that role. And look, I don't want to get into the semantics about private benefit. The reality is, I was taking that role on as an opportunity to do what I've always done, and is fight for this state and deliver for the people of this state in a space of investment.
Good on you, Robert. I'm glad you're backing me.
It's sounding like we are at the end of today's
I was going
hearing.
to say,
Mr. Fang.
it sounds to me as if Mr. Mookie has...
Order. Have you finished your questions? Because if the government's finished their questions, I can make the call as to what we're doing now. No, so through the chair, have you finished your questions?
I was saying, yes, it would appear that Mr. Mookie has foreshadowed that Mr. Barilaro will be back on Friday, and therefore I will hold any questions that I have until then so that he can have an earlier mark, given that he has been here all day.
Thank you, Mr. Fang. And on that wonderful closing note, we have finished today's hearing. See you again on Friday, Mr. Barilaro. Thanks for coming today.